Going to call this meeting to order. This is the Holyoke City Council's Finance Subcommittee. My name is Joe McGivern. I chair the committee. To my far left is the Ward 3 Councilor, newest member of the Finance Committee, Dave Bartley, not new member of the City Council, however. To my immediate left is Jim Leahy, City Councilor at Large. To my right, Mike Sullivan, City Councilor at Large, and Peter Tallman, City Councilor at Large. We are joined by other City Councilors, Ward 5, Linda Bacon, and Ward 2, Terrence Murphy. We have an aggressive agenda. We have an aggressive month of finance items that we have to get through. Our item number one is a carryover from the last Monday, and we hope to start up where we left off and be able to finish that quickly before we go into the rest of the agenda. We will do our best to get everyone out of here at a reasonable hour. Some people have been warned, and some people are coming later because of that. So with that in mind, item number one was laid on the table for this evening. It's an order introduced by myself that the City Council accepts the Barr Foundation Clean Energy Transition Grant of 1908-201, I'm not sure what that is, and authorize the establishment of fund and or other appropriate accounting for the receipts and expenditures and resources of the associated. Motion made and seconded to take off the table to continue discussion. Marcus, if you could join us. And Brian Burgard, I think you're representing the G&E, Brian? Would you like to come in? Is there anyone else? And of course, Mike, if you could come in from the representing the mayor's office, we appreciate it. Doesn't matter wherever you can find a mic and a table. And we said, and we can do a quick rehash, but we spent about an hour on this at our last meeting, and some questions came up surrounding the partnerships. As I think that's the correct way to say it, Marcus, and and Gas and Electric being a partner in this. I think we got through the nuts and bolts of what the Clean Energy Grant is. The goal is to come up with an energy, a plan that will look for clean energy and a plan for the city of Holyoke to buy into, as I think the entire world needs to buy into. But this committee did have some questions and anticipate some questions from the full city council. If we can get answers that are satisfactory, that we can present to the city council, we will do so tomorrow evening. Marcus, we promised, unless members of the committee or other members have questions on the nuts and bolts, that you just give us a quick rehash, but you gave us a good representation of the grant last week. And then I think we can go right into the questions of the partnerships that we had about both the gas and electric and neighbor to neighbor and things that are needed to carry out the plan. Does that make sense?
So you're asking me to make a quick
yeah.
recap. Yep. So it's a $275,000 grant from the Barr Foundation to the city to create an energy transition plan. The funding will go mostly to local capacity for us to hire someone to coordinate the effort with the partnership that goes with the Holyoke Gas and Electric, with Neighbor to Neighbor. The Conservation Law Foundation is providing additional assistance. And the Rocky Mountain Institute, we expect, will be engaging with other experts in the field as well. Part of the money will also go for technical consulting to do the type of analysis that would be required to have a little bit more meat on the bone and not just vague projections into the future.
No match?
No match required.
Okay. And then, Marcus, part of what you told us was the neighbor to neighbor is not receiving any monetary consideration through this grant, but they have their own grant from the Barr Foundation, and you're looking to use them as a community reach out liaison type.
Correct. Neighbor to Neighbor is independently funded by the Barr Foundation. Whatever happens with this, they will have their funding from the Barr Foundation to do their scope of work. This is for us to do our work as the public sector, to have a plan that reacts to the needs of our constituents. As I said, they will be doing their work. They are good at community organizing and spreading the word. They would be a very valuable partner for us to engage in, and that's why we're engaging them with this project.
Thank you. And the other partners include the gas and electric. Mike, I think, I spoke briefly a while ago with the mayor about this, but I think the mayor's point, and I think he's been clear about this, is he's buying into clean energy and buying into looking to establish a plan that would help the city go into that. Brian, you're here because no other utility in the Commonwealth has bought into this completely or have come on board completely, and I think of course, our gas and electric is always unique and always in the front, is willing to do this, but, I think that also means, I don't want to say concessions, but there is some conflicts with what our gas and electric is about, with what, not what clean energy is about. I think we're all about clean energy, but it causes conflicts with what some of the product and services that the gas and electric gives. Can you update us on where the mayor stands?
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to provide some clarification, which very little of this is actually going to have to do with energy itself, energy sources. It's part of the recognition that what's happening around the country, what's happening around the world, very little is actually about the generation or the distribution. But if we're going to transition away from fossil fuels or even continue to use fossil fuels, we're going to have to know more about our energy consumption. There is a lot of work that needs to be done about housing stock. So much of the reduction that we're talking about in energy usage has to do with old buildings, and the partnership and the funds from the Barr Foundation go well beyond providing assistance for the energy source or energy transition, and more so into things like job training for insulation for homes, and doing outreach into communities that might make sense as pilot areas for new projects. And so we have allocated or have dedicated a portion of this to be able to work with the G&E, and that's where, Marcos mentioned the Rocky Mountain Institute. Brian can talk more about that, and where they can do some technical analysis about household energy usage and emerging types of clean energy, et cetera. But the clean energy transition from the city side has to do way more than just the energy sources, but what are we going to need to do as a community to ready our buildings, ready our streets, ready homeowners to understand how to be more adaptive in a changing environment. So the mayor is incredibly supportive of this grant. It is no match. It has brought a significant amount of support from outside of the city. So the Conservation Law Foundation, a multi-state group, has offered their support. Rocky Mountain Institute is probably the global leader in renewable energy initiatives, and so far has offered some pro bono support. University of Massachusetts Amherst has come on as a desired partner. They want to partner with us, and we hope to continue to expand from there. But it's very much something that we have an opportunity to lead on statewide and even nationwide on doing some of this research and some of this work, and that's what the grant's for.
Okay. And my own opinion, it makes sense. But there was a question at the last meeting, Brian, and there was no, and it wasn't, normally we wouldn't call the gas and electric or a partner like the gas and electric in for this type of meeting. But questions came up about the relationship and things that have happened with neighbor to neighbor, and what the relationship is going to be of the gas and electric with this type of grant. And I was hoping, I did talk to the manager this afternoon. I know he talked to you and gave you a heads up. We were hoping that you could give us a brief synopsis of the gas and electric's relationship, and then we'll get into questions and answers about things that the committee is concerned about.
Okay. So we are not a direct party to the contract. That's between the Barr Foundation and the City of Holyoke. We are not a direct partner either. So I just kind of throw out that word because I heard that said earlier. We cut out a number of activities that directly tied to our strategic planning, and we are working with Rocky Mountain Institute to address those 4 particular areas. Both Holyoke Gas and Electric and Rocky Mountain Institute, under this 18-month energy transition plan, are considered consulted parties. So those are parties that are asked for input but not expected to do the work and have no veto power over the activity of the team and the direction. So In general, Holyoke Gas and Electric is not opposed to this. We don't think that this will materially and negatively impact us. But at the same time, we're not coming out and, saying we're supportive of the project either, predominantly because, and we did have a good meeting with Mike Marcos and Neighbor to Neighbor and Conservation Law Foundation to explain to them how Holyoke Gas and Electric operates everything we do as a business. And really, within a poor community like Holyoke, that's an essentiality. We need to ensure that we don't have the have-nots paying for those that, are implementing certain things like solar or those type of things. So one of the things that Holyoke Gas and Electric is very proud of is all the clean energy that we have done in the city of Holyoke to date. And that includes every single solar project, whether it was utility scale or small residential. We have no surcharges coming from any of the balance of our customers. All of our hydro, all of our solar, all of our clean renewable, we even have some wind up in Maine. All of that came at a cost less than that of the cost of fossil fuel or the system mix. That's not the same objective as some other utilities throughout New England that haven't directly figured it all out and are willing to pay a premium for green and clean energy. So we did have some candid discussions that where Holyoke Gas and Electric's planning initiatives in clean energy intersects with this energy transition plan, that can be beneficial, that can be helpful. It's where things don't jive, or there is things that could have much better return for our ratepayers that could be directly opposed to initiatives that may be coming out of this that we can do differently. So if anything, that's our type of discussion, that's our type of concerns, and that's our type of input that hopefully we'll be able to give to this project. Now, both the Rocky Mountain Institute and the project that the city is doing with the Barr Foundation, it does include I think almost half the grant involves the technical and challenges associated with making energy efficiency measures viable. And a lot of these issues, what we're talking about is electrification, electrifying our heating and cooling systems, mostly heating on a non-fossil fuel basis with heat pumps, electrifying our transportation sector, but doing it in such a fashion that we need to make sure that an electric heat pump, when the temperature is 5 degrees below zero, is not going to freeze up and cause one of our customers. You can picture very bad scenarios, and those are our concerns. Is that we're trying to get up to speed on a lot of these initiatives, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're doing things in a logical and economical fashion. And I'm sure you all have heard that Jim Lavelle says we have 3 things as part of our mission: reliability, competitive price, and high customer service. And we need to focus on any initiative that has to go to improve that. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know if there's specific type of questions.
Brian, you were perfect, and I think that's part of what the committee is looking for. And there are going to be some questions that are going to be a little bit more specific in a second. I used the word partnership, and maybe it was a poor choice on my part. I didn't want to say stakeholder, but we were made fully aware at the last meeting that the Gas and Electric, even Neighbor to Neighbor and Rocky Mountain Institute don't have a say so much in the grant, and I like your definition better. You're more consulting, and that I think if it makes sense, I think I can say consulting partners, if it will work a little bit easier. But we get that, and I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate the comment that and I think I said it in the beginning. there's definitely some conflict here in terms of what the gas and electric does. But I appreciate, and Jimmy said it to me this afternoon, that the gas and electric is not in opposition to this grant and to this study. But with that in mind, Councilor Leahy, and then whoever else would like to have questions or discussion, we will get going.
Yeah, so thank you, Brian, for that overview, and thank you for coming in here tonight. So I just want to be on the same page. You representing the gas and electric, and the commissioners of the gas and electric, you are not opposed to the city of Holyoke partnering with Neighbor to Neighbor?
Things got off to a rocky start with Neighbor to Neighbor.
Maybe for the people at home, explain that.
Instead of taking prudent steps to sit down with the local utility, which has a manager that has an open door policy and is willing to have discussions and iron out difficult and complex issues with anybody within the community, and instead of taking any prudent steps and having discussions, that group, Neighbor to Neighbor, instead stormed our main office with about 45 people and really scared a lot of our customer service and a variety of folks with picket signs and yelling and banging on walls. So yeah, something like that gets under your skin and is part a concern to our manager and our board that, half of the other, or a part of the other Bar Foundation money is going to go against, fighting indirectly the common and the good causes we're otherwise, trying to work on. That being said, when Marcos and Mike had set up a meeting that I had attended with Neighbor to Neighbor and Conservation Law Foundation and the city's team associated with this, they had an open invite to hear Holyoke Gas and Electric say, what are our business requirements? What are our interests? It devils in the details to see if that was heard. But at least from what I am being told is that the predominant purpose of the Neighbor to Neighbor side of the grant, and Marcos or Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, is really about customer outreach and training and, bringing in, whether it's electric heat pump dealers and training installers and getting people comfortable with whatever the minimum requirements are in order to start to electrify, different things.
So let me ask you this. What are your thoughts about the city of Holyoke partnering with a third party to pretty much act like, pretty much go out and do outreach to your customers?
It depends what that message is.
Right, and so we don't know.
We don't know that yet.
Right. So is that concerning?
That's part of the 18-month study, I assume.
All right, that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilor Sullivan and Councilor Bartlett.
Thank you. I'd like to just share this with the rest of the committee. This is a picture I took today. I mentioned it at the last meeting. This is a large natural gas tanker truck that's parked down on South Canal Street that now supplies one of the companies in Holyoke, one of the new manufacturers in Holyoke. That truck is parked there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you look, you can see a frost line across the name on the truck. That's because that frost is caused because it's delivering so much propane into the building for use. That truck is there because there's no natural gas capacity. There's not enough natural gas capacity in Holyoke. One of the things Neighbor to Neighbor did was fought aggressively against our upgrade of 1 mile of pipe that would have supplied more natural gas. Propane is dirtier than natural gas. This truck is powered by a diesel engine. We also have other companies that want to expand, grow their businesses in Holyoke that can't, that now will also have to use propane. These are the kind of programs fomented and endorsed and put forth by neighbor to neighbor. They've done great harm to the city economically and to the environment that they're supposed to be protecting. All right? To expand further on their behavior, right, I took the time today to go to Holyoke Gas and Electric, and Brian was very kind. He's had the kid gloves on so far, but I talked to the cashiers. I talked to the customer service representatives that were there when this happened. Some of their descriptions, they were frightened, upset, and intimidated by this group. This group was rude, obnoxious. Some were dressed in paramilitary uniforms. They were disruptive to the business of Holyoke Gas and Electric. The customer service reps couldn't talk to people on the phone. They were calling in for service, for billing problems, for an electrical problem, whatever they had. All right? This grant will also, we have a great company in Holyoke Gas and Electric that has always taken care of our needs and has always, as was portrayed here, sought to do what's right for the environment also. We lead the nation, but we need outside help now. This is not only don't we need it, but it's also going to take up the time and resources of other departments in the city that will have to be involved in something that is already under control with Holyoke Gas and Electric. It's going to take up the time and resources at OPED to interact with them, take up time in the mayor's office to interact with them for no need when we've got other problems in this city that need to be addressed in these departments that aren't being addressed, like violence in the streets, the problems we have with drugs, everything else, the problems with youth, with employment, with jobs, with crumbling infrastructure, right? It's not something we need to direct more sources at, all right? So I don't have any questions for Brian or the rest. I just wanted to get this part of it out and on the record.
Counselor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I did play back the tape. I gotta take a sedative before I come to these meetings from now on. I want to apologize to the chairman for getting a little too animated. Thank you.
It hasn't happened yet.
Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that as always. This Councilor Sullivan asked the department head point blank question last week, specifically referencing the events that Mr. Beauregard just described. The department head's direct quote, "I don't know of that event you're referencing." Now, I went ahead and said what I said, and at the end of my remarks, the same department head said two things. One, I didn't realize it was in the department head's description that the department head needed to read meeting minutes from other departments. I just took that little jab and moved on. Then the department head went on to say, anecdotally, he was familiar with it. So direct question from Councilor Sullivan elicited one answer. After my remarks, a different answer. I prefaced my remarks last week by saying if I felt even one iota of hope that this had anything to do with the city of Holyoke, anything to do with the environment, I would be all for it. The fact is, the mayor made a manifesto last April 22nd on Earth Day. Subsequent to that event, any conversations between HG&E, which my understanding were ongoing, and either Kinder Morgan or Columbia, terminated. Columbia Gas, neither Columbia Gas nor Kinder Morgan have zero interest in expanding a pipeline, building out infrastructure to the city of Holyoke. What I was saying last week, it would have been my hope, all things being equal, if we had kept the same negotiations, possibly had a pipeline expanded, or gas capacity expanded into Holyoke, to provide which is a fossil fuel, we understand it, but it's a lot cleaner than propane or oil, which now we rely. And if I heard Mr. Beauregard right, while electricity is viable, there are certain triggers that perhaps if a heat pump fails, there's no backup to that. And if I read between the lines of what Mr. Beauregard said, it would cause a problem. How large of a problem to a school or to a business or to a residence? Say, for example, to a nursing home, and the backup generator fails. These things never happen, of course, but we don't have that expanded capacity any longer. Add all that to what really happened last year with this organization that has appeared before the committee I chair. That organization has been treated with the utmost respect, courtesy, allowed to come up to the microphone, and the way I generally run meetings, address me as a chair. We don't get into back and forth. They were nothing but courteous to me. On a separate occasion, they contacted me, and I met with them in the back office, two representatives from Neighbor to Neighbor. Happy to do it. It's a cordial conversation. And then and I did follow up with employees, not to the extent that my friend did today, but I did follow up. And I'm not going to characterize their remarks because I feel like they were somewhat confidential, but they were displeased. One thing we didn't talk about, or we hear from Mr. Beauregard, there were bullhorns, there was banging on the manager's door. Now, the argument is going to be made, counselors, the dam's been breached. They're getting their $125,000 regardless of your vote. What's your problem? My problem is the $125,000 we can't do anything about. But by law, Chapter 44 of the Mass General Laws, and we've heard him here before, the mayor come right up to the microphone. Some of these old laws are archaic. Well, that one's not archaic. That's still Mass General Law. And what that law requires is a vote of this body to accept the grant. I don't think, well, in my mind, I'm just one vote. I can't separate the 275 going to the city of Holyoke from the 125 going to Neighbor. I can't separate the two. Now, is that what the Bar Foundation did? Yeah, good for them. But I won't vote for something wherein the city of Holyoke has to partner with an organization like that based upon the actions they took. Keep in mind the courtesy with which they were given, at least before the committee that I chair. On one occasion, it might have been a second occasion, but definitely one occasion they were here, and a large group. Everyone walked up to them, and we just kept it organized, and it was, apparently that's not reciprocated. Again, I had a conversation with Mr. Lavelle. It was a very frank conversation. I'm going to suggest to you it was pretty much in line with the tenor that I heard from Mr. Beauregard. The members of this committee and the rest of the city council heard what Mr. Beauregard said. Characterize it any way you want. I'm not going to do that, but my vote should, or the vote we'll take, should suggest to you how I think HG&E feels about neighbor to neighbor. They didn't tell me anything. They didn't say vote one way. They didn't say that. But the actions, the history lead me, and comments from department heads lead me to conclude that I do not and I will not vote to accept this grant, which would be the first time, even when we have matching grants. I don't think I've ever voted, I haven't voted no once on that, but I will this time. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I understand this clearly. So if the city of Holyoke did not accept this grant, are we to understand that the foundation would give Neighbor to Neighbor $125,000?
I'll
Through the
defer that
chair
to.
to the department head, please.
Yeah, if we could, yeah. Marcus, can you bring us up to date on that?
I can't speak wholly for the foundation. They have allocated 125 to neighbor as far as I know. So I believe the answer is yes.
So through the chair, so just to further clarify, so it sounds to me like it's a package deal, except that it's not, the money is not flowing through the city, but it sounds like the foundation is viewing this as a partnership between the city and Neighbor to Neighbor. Is that an accurate perception on my part or an inaccurate perception?
May I?
If you could, yes.
The Bar Foundation is one of the funders for Neighbor to Neighbor as a nonprofit. They actually reached out to us to fund us as they were funding Neighbor to Neighbor to do some of this work. Understandably, there has been some history of Neighbor to Neighbor that some councilors do not agree with in Holyoke, but they have been doing work in this topic and will continue to be doing work on this topic regardless of what is the decision tonight and tomorrow. They reached out to us because they saw an interest, a genuine interest from the city to proactively plan for a transition away from fossil fuels and gas. Look, don't take my word for it. Some of you have talked with Jim Lavelle. He has an interest, which is not only environmental but economic, to reduce the total decatherms consumed in the city of Holyoke by 5,000, right, out of 19,000. That's over a quarter of all the decatherms consumed. It's going to take monumentous effort to get there. And as you heard Mike describe, it's not merely through the generation sources. It's also through who is demanding energy and the characterization of the buildings that demand energy. And part of the issue with this conversation is that we're kind of leapfrogging around and improvising energy policy, which is tremendously complex, right? So when we talk about what fuel sources are cleaner, yes, natural gas is cleaner than coal and propane at the point of combustion, but there are other environmental factors around it that actually make it as dirty as coal. The gas and electric business requirements are absolutely central to all of this, right? And we also know that no matter what we do, there is an advocacy community that is pressing for further action on this. I'm not asking for anyone here to be in agreement with Neighbor to Neighbor. What I propose to you is that there would be no scenario, remember, we plan for a living. There would be no scenario, no policy issue that we wouldn't reach out to every key stakeholder that has either a seat at the table or has pulled up a chair to that table, right? Our work as planners would be incomplete if we did not try to get at least consensus from that, right? And so I truly understand where you're coming from, but from what we're trying to build here, it is wholly uncontroversial in that it is so similar to every other planning effort that we've done, right? We may be farther apart where we start now from a utility and an activist group, but we're trying to bridge that gap. The power of the plan that we're trying to create is that we would be a national model where we could credibly get the input from groups that traditionally stand opposed to each other. And if we can find a common pathway, not only will we have a good plan, that we could implement together from our different sides in society without giving up our autonomy over our own actions. But there is funding behind this, right? These things will cost money. And as Brian is saying, we're not here to say the city of Holyoke is going to pay for all of this. If we are first, if we show leadership, we can attract serious money on these things, but only if we act first.
Councilor Bacon?
If I may, I think I'll just finish up with a comment. We have, in my view, out in Ward 5, from a residential perspective and a business perspective, a crisis relative to the availability of gas. Some of us have been very vocal on that, and to hear our mayor come out in steadfast opposition to improving our capacity while we explore these other yet-to-be-obtained goals in the face, and somebody stated it very nicely, what serious priorities we have in the city to address. And this is one of them, but I would say it's not in the top 3. But at the same time, to be hamstringing the HG&E in a political arena and then proposing this, and Neighbor to Neighbor is an agenda-driven group that will use any tool in the toolbox. They have disenfranchised me as the sitting ward councilor for 10 years in Ward 5. They won't even open up a meeting for me to even be at the meeting when they were gathering up in Tokeniki and Farnham, and it's not like I don't go there. So this is a problem. You do not develop partnerships by taking people who are diametrically opposed, who shut down any idea of disagreement, and attack people who have a different point of view. That is not how you build partnerships and togetherness in solving problems. And I just think this is a blatant problem in that arena. You don't pick the most aggressive and hostile people to create a partnership for the future. And that's my take. Thank you.
Okay, if I could have my take, then we'll go for round 2 if we need it. Thank you, everyone, for coming in, some for a second time, on what I think is a very important issue. My take begins with the gas and electric, and I share most of the comments that have been made this evening about the unfortunate incident, the inappropriate incident that took place at the gas and electric, uncalled for under any circumstances by any group, by any protest, by anyone that, thinks, and no matter what their intentions or what their own goals are, that is not the way to do business. And my concerns is, and I'm glad to hear that Neighbor to Neighbor is not a partner, but a consulting, component of the goal for what this grant would do. And I'm glad to hear, the gas and electric clear up that, the gas and electric is standing on their own, and certainly will work on the efforts and not oppose the grant, but at the same time, not condone the methods that Neighbor to Neighbor uses. And it's not just in Ward 5. They've disenfranchised the city government and for their own purposes for a long time now, and that's just wrong. Now, that's my opinion. However, one thing about the mayor's stand, and I think we all, not just as city councilors, not just as Hoyokers, but we all got to understand, is we need to pursue everything we possibly can for cleaner energy. The gas and electric has been a leader, and this is what Neighbor to Neighbor should have been doing, a leader in green and looking for green energy, looking and studying, can we do wind power on the mountain, the hydropower that we have. No other community in the Commonwealth has the hydropower that we produce, not just use, we produce it. Wheels, canals, the wheels that are used that are generated off the canals. The things that the gas and electric has done already, Neighbor to Neighbor should have been highlighting, not protesting. I also hope, though, and we can all sit in, the other part of what really made up my mind is there is no plan to get gas into the city of Holyoke. I think we all know that at the moment. There's no magic wand that says they're going to expand, whether there's a protest or no protest, a line of natural gas to bring the additional quantity that we need. Be that in mind, the gas and electric understands how else do you combat a crisis? you reduce the consumption of gas. And part of what I'm reading in this grant and part of what I'm seeing and hearing from our planning director is we need to come up with a plan to reduce what we're using so we have more for what we need. Our consumption of gas can be reduced. Our need for gas is not going to go away. Okay, the need for coal went away by force. It almost put the city under. But we sacrificed, we bit the bullet, and we got back to a point where we fell within our tax ceiling, we fell within our economic ability, to work without the Mount Tom coal plant, which was our number 2 taxpayer. We need to understand that the gas and electric is not part of that, but the gas and electric is something that very few communities, the Holyoke Gas and Electric, has. And that's an agency that is unique in its own, in the fact that they not only talk the talk, they walk it, they produce the good energy, they understand the need for what we have to have for the fossil energy, but I think they're willing and they won't oppose this grant, and therefore I won't oppose this grant, because we need a plan, and if we work the plan. I only hope, and I can't mandate it, none of us can mandate it, if the city council does accept this grant, that we use it to find some common ground with not just neighbor to neighbor, but with everyone out there who just takes a stand and says, no more gas, without a plan. We need to find a common ground, because more gas is also about economic development. We're only going to go so far with electric heat and bringing new companies into this city, and it's not going to be that far. We need to have an answer of how to economically attract people. We've had the correct rates because of our municipal gas and electric company. We have the abundance of water. We have all the right things to attract an economic development, marketing for bringing in new companies. But if we can't provide them with economic heating fuel, if just the top of the list, we're in trouble economically when we come to looking for new companies. I'll vote in favor of it because, 1, the gas and electric is not opposing it. 2, we all have to keep in mind clean energy is the future and we need to do it. I only hope that maybe somehow we can get the stakeholders together, the consultants together, and try to find some common ground in solving these problems. And I hope no one ever walks into a municipal office in this city and stages a protest like that happened last year. Councilor Sullivan.
Yep. I would just like to read briefly from the contract with the Bar Foundation. The City of Holyoke and Neighbor to Neighbor, Massachusetts, establish a partnership. A partnership with Neighbor to Neighbor. The City of Holyoke and Neighbor to Neighbor, Massachusetts have already established, I guess, an inclusive governance structure and decision-making body. Neighbor to Neighbor has established with the City of Holyoke a system of governance structure and decision-making body. I am not going to trust a decision-making body where the results, and they've also put as a consulting component to this, where I doubt the truthfulness or veracity of anything they will come forward with. I would encourage the department head to go back to the Bar Foundation and either get this grant awarded directly to HG&E so they can continue on their own the good work they do, or come back with another partner besides them, one that we know where we can trust the results and the information that is being put forward to us.
Is there any further, excuse me, Marcus?
Clarifying comment, the sentence that was just read from the contract is an expected output. So just to make sure everyone understands, that is not something that has happened. The interest is to come out of the planning process with a governance structure that, yes, does include everyone at the table as the chairman had described, such as business sectors, right? This is very much akin to every advisory body that every planning process has, where you reach out to multiple stakeholders and you come up with a series of recommendations. I mean, even the CDBG has a stakeholder group, a citizen advisory committee. So that's what that's referencing. I just don't want you to leave with the impression that somehow some government's body has been formed and has been making decisions on this already.
And to that point, I would also say there is no mention of any of the other stakeholders, who they would be or what they are.
Counselor Tomlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad I'm glad Mr. Beauregard came in and discussed this with us. Last week, I was getting ready to say, well, they don't want no part of this grant. And I'm looking at what they have done over the years and with one of the best municipal agencies in the Commonwealth and how they need to reduce our energy output and reduce our consumption that the people of Holyoke, truly deserve. And working together, and I'm not crazy about what happened last year either. I'm right along with my colleagues. I think that was the wrong way to go about protesting something that happened, especially the way they handled themselves in that office. But hearing tonight that the G&E isn't totally against this grant, and knowing that if people work together collectively, even though you may not agree with a group, the outreach that this group can do in different areas of the city and the connections that they have will be beneficial to this grant totally. So after what hearing tonight, and like I said, I agree with several of my counselors on what they had said about neighbor to neighbor, but I cannot throw this or disagree with accepting this grant. So tonight I will be voting in favor of accepting this grant for the future of our city and for the future of what the G&E can do for the consumers of the city.
Thank you. Thank you. And Brian, I did forget, the Gas and Electric also has a lead role in promoting solar energy too, which is part of the green gas and electric, we call it, right? Councilor Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So here's the context I'm looking at this from. Last year, we had companies looking to increase the infrastructure by increasing the size of the pipe for the gas to come into Holyoke, which we desperately need. That was killed between the mayor, neighbor to neighbor, et cetera, et cetera. So that initiative has been killed by that activity, and now we are to sit here and believe that this is a wonderful, fortunate thing that we're now getting this grant to pursue this other avenue. I'm sorry, this is just bad politics. And to me, to accept this grant is just saying, okay, you killed this over there, so now we'll take the little crumbs over here and see what plan we can make over the next year or two while we still have the propane tanks sitting in the street, while we still have the pizza places that can't open, why we still can't get gas to residential homes that need heat. And I'm sorry, I just don't accept this is the best deal or even a good deal for the city or for the residents that we represent. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Motion is made and second to deny. Is there any further discussion? On the motion to deny,
Yes.
a yes vote is you're in favor of recommending to the full city council not to accept the grant. A no vote is you're willing to recommend to the full city council to accept the grant. All those in favor of denying, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against denial, please say no.
No.
Okay, votes 3-2. Recommendation will be a 3-2 vote to the full city council not to accept the grant. It should be taken up tomorrow evening. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate your presence and your help in us discussing this issue.
Mr. Chairman, the vote was to,
Denied.
so 3 people.
3 people voted
don't
to deny.
deny,
Counselor
okay.
Sullivan, I'm sorry, I'll break
didn't
it
hear-
down,
but
but
usually we call
Counselor
the name.
Sullivan, Counselor Leahy, and my ears are working good this evening.
Okay, okay.
Counselor Sullivan, Counselor Leahy, and Counselor Bartley voted in favor of denying. Counselor McGivern and Counselor Tallman voted not to deny. The chair was looking around and was expecting a member from the law department this evening, and I don't see our attorney. Counselor Bartley?
No, I do see Sergeant Hart here. Sergeant, you just here, may I?
We have, everybody,
Just here for the grants, if you want to move.
well, I think Sergeant Hart is here for the contract and the grants.
I'm
Without, it's kind of hand in hand, not hand in hand, but we can do one first and the other second, but John's not leaving, if I understand, right?
Oh, I see.
So-
Is there anybody we can move along, Mr.
Wait,
Chairman?
well, no, because I contacted our new fire chief and told him not to expect it to be later in the agenda, so he'll be coming in. And then the auditor, Tanya, you're gonna be with us for the duration, for more or less. So I don't think we can really, and Mike, you're here for a lot of what we're about to discuss. And then Mike will be the only one that'll probably get out of here shortly. One of our, if we can do the contract, because the officers have been waiting for this for a long time, and we do have, Wally Computer being represented this evening for an item that comes down the road. So if we, Tanya, just correct me if I'm wrong, do you have an agenda on you? I do. Okay, the items of transfer, there are several of them on this agenda, the way that they came to us. A replacement order is going to be received tomorrow evening for the exact amount of dollars that these grants, that these transfers represent.
Want to ever come to the mic, Joe?
Tanya, if Tanya, I apologize. Could you come on in and have a seat and use the mic with us? Or if you want to sit there and use the mic out there, that's fine too.
So you want to know what items go together?
Right,
for
what's on the agenda this evening is a continuation of a discussion of a negotiated contract with the union, the collective bargaining union, for the
Police supervisors.
police supervisors. And then our vote is, after understanding that contract, is a vote on any impact on the budget current year, and we need to know any impact on the budget in future years to come. So what we have in front of us is a number of items that would, what I'm understanding, satisfy the current year, which would be items 2, 3, 4. Is it Quinn Education?
Yeah, all the way to 9.
Okay, so 2 through 9. I just wasn't sure if it was all of them. Chair will entertain a motion to take up
So moved.
items 2 through 9. All those in favor?
Second. Aye.
Any opposed? Each of these, again, is a transfer requested from stabilization. When we say stabilization, this is the pot of money that the Department of Revenue said if we were to use this year, which is the excess anticipated money from, mostly from new growth within single-family homes, of $750,000 the city council agreed to use, but the Department of Revenue said that that money must be kept in the stabilization fund and transferred from stabilization to be used. The city council, I think goes without saying, is kind of said, it's, when we hit 750, it's all in, and then we go back to the interpretation that any use of stabilization needs to be carefully monitored. This money, again, is what would have been a lot less, but what would have been part of what we would have normally have worked with, which we call is our free cash. In the free cash, which we were going to have a future meeting with the Department of Revenue down the road, is going to be explained to us what happened and why the free cash was eaten up before it even came to us. And that was an editorial comment, so we'll just get back to what's at hand. We have with us representation from the mayor's office, from the union, the president, the other officers and members of the supervisors union itself. And gentlemen, you're welcome to stay where you are. When you do address, please use the mic. But Larry, if everybody or someone wants to come in, John, Larry, Dave, and Mike, if you want to come in, please. Okay.
That wasn't part of the negotiations. These occurred.
No, I understand. The mayor did sign this contract, and I'm going to outline the law department right now, what's going on.
Larry.
And we're going to try to
Larry.
get our questions, all of our questions answered this evening to a comfortable where we can anticipate any questions tomorrow night and see if we can get a vote on this.
I don't like it.
So my only other preface here is we received the contract back in November, December, I believe, but we received it without any appropriations because during the time we received the contract, negotiated, we had no money in terms of free cash at the point that was certified by the state. We know the rest of what happened over the very late in the year, in December, what happened and why we are using this money, or this money is available to use if we so choose. With that in mind, the attorney who negotiated the contract on behalf of the mayor, because only the mayor can negotiate contracts, is only responsible for the negotiation on contracts. We cannot intervene with that as elected officials, as legislatures. However, we get a final say in terms of financial impact. If we do not agree to the financial proposals to pay for the contract, then the contract becomes null and void or goes back to the table for negotiation. With that in mind, that's only happened once in recent years, and it's very rare. But with that in mind, we get to ask a lot of questions about the contract, because anything in the contract could have a financial impact this year or next year. Katie McCoy's not here either, right? Are we? Okay, somewhere I thought she might be coming in. Tanya, are you comfortable? I'm sure you worked with Katie. Katie McCoy works for the Hoyoke Police Department and certainly is the keeper and understands the impacts of a contract, the payroll and things inside out. Are you comfortable that for this given year, the amount of money in front of us is what is required to solidify this contract for this year and get us through this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the total of these 7 items?
106,524.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say in terms of the transfers?
Not particularly.
And the president of the union, Larry Canoyer, is with us. Larry, would you like to lead a quick synopsis? And again, I apologize, I learned after the fact that when we met on the contract sometime in December, the union was actually told they need not be present. And I'm not too sure, it was just a misunderstanding. And I'll accept blame that I should have followed up on that when I realized, no one was here from the union that evening. But we did have an initial look at the contract with the law department, and I'm sorry, Gina was the representative from the law department, the attorney who negotiated it, and she just got back from vacation, and she actually is not back to work yet. She's out today, but that's the reason that she's not here, and no one else in the law department really worked on this. But usually we have, we hear from both sides, and of course, that's why Mike's here from the mayor, but even though I don't think he knows a lot about this, can you run us through this contract, some of the highlights? We know, we're gonna talk about percentages in a second, but we know some of the issues is what that was negotiated was Narcan and the carrying of Narcan and a couple other things outside of also I'm gonna say cost of living for the moment, but if you could.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight.
Turn the mic on.
These are negotiations. Wow, all right.
Good mic, good system.
Yeah, I know, right? So these are negotiations that we started back in July of last year. One of the tenets of our negotiation was that law enforcement is changing, in that we are changing in a way that we are going to start like administrating Narcan, for example, something that law enforcement is starting to accept nationwide. We realize that there's a problem, and being first responders, typically the first on the scene of any emergency, especially of that nature, it's important that we're able to give the best care to the victims of any opioid overdoses and things of that nature. So that's one of the major changes that we're having in this contract. Some of the additions also to the contract are vacation carryovers and, of course, wages. These are all typical of newer contracts. random drug testing. We're shoring that up, and hopefully we'll be able to fill a captain's spot in the not-too-distant future, one that's been vacant for a while. We've addressed that also. We're ready for any questions you might have.
Okay, if we could just, before we go into questions and answers, Tanya, the percentages in the contract, could you
Yes.
just break down what would be salary increases, for example, cost of living, and then the percentage for the additional duties, including Narcan, what percentage that would be for increases?
You just want the salary?
Salaries first.
Sal-
Yeah.
Okay, so for the salary, the 1% increase would be 23,140.76. And then you also have another 1% increase, which would cover your defib responsibilities, which would be the same amount, 23,140. Then you have 2 increases of 0.5 each, which obviously would be half of that, 11,750. So for a total of 69,422. And that's all the salary lines together.
Okay, so for the transfers in front of us would represent from July 1st or from the signing of the contract?
July 1st, it's retro.
So it would represent for the entire fiscal year. And to the best of your knowledge and Katie McCoy's, this will get us through the fiscal year.
Yes.
Does that include additional monies for the unfilled captain's position?
Actually, we only based it on the current employees that we have
Okay.
at the
So
moment.
if that captain is filled, it would require another transfer.
Right, depending on his salary and whatnot.
And just an update, because I think I read these quickly if I did read them. The members of the supervisors unit would be the captains, lieutenants, and sergeants.
That's correct.
Okay, is there anyone else, Larry?
No.
Mike, I know you're here more for, support. Okay. But is there anything you wanted to add we're familiar with the way the process works. Again, the mayor signs the contract, the mayor designates usually someone in the law department to negotiate. The mayor may have some parameters set up, I would hope, for the person who's negotiating. And then when the terms come back to him, agrees or disagrees, or says go back to the table. But Alex signed, Alex signed the contract. Now it's here for appropriation. Is there anything that you wanted to add on behalf of the mayor?
I would just say, on behalf of the mayor, I know much of what went into the contract was about the issues that we face as a city, some of which already came up this evening about crime and opioid addiction, et cetera. And for the police supervisors union to take the lead on participating in Narcan distribution was an important piece to this contract negotiation, and to make sure that we're reflecting that in this contract negotiation and going forward in the future. So we do expect, unfortunately, these don't always line up with fiscal year budgets, and we have a bigger question about where we're at for fiscal 20 and fiscal 21, but we're confident from the city side that we can also absorb this cost in the fiscal 21 budget. We are preparing for it as we start that budget process now, and just full support for the folks at HPD.
Sorry. Tanya, can you comment on any future financial impacts? Is it what we're seeing here just expected for next year? Or is it going to be a higher cost for the next fiscal year?
It will be a higher cost for the next fiscal year because obviously they're getting a 2% raise in 2020. But what the impact is going to be obviously is dependent on if we give them all of the 0.5 and the 1% raises. So it will have a 3% increase next year as well. If it's all
The duration of the contract is 3 years.
correct,
And what's the percentage for the third year?
2% as well.
Excuse me. The next 2 years after this, it's 2 and 2. It's not
Yes,
3.
1, 2020, oh, it's 2 is this year,
Right,
sorry.
not, yeah.
21.
It's 3 this year,
2%, I
then
apologize.
2, then 2.
Correct.
And we, again, we can't negotiate the items that are with them. We do need to understand the items. We can only vote this up or down as the total appropriation. And we're really, the initial vote is, once we take the vote, is for the current fiscal year. The initial vote is the, you know, it goes hand in hand with knowing the impacts for the future years. There have been times where there's no initial impact on the current year, but we still have to vote on the contract, but we have to vote on the understanding that we'll have a financial impact in future years, and I apologize for no mic. Councilor Leahy.
Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm allowed to vote on this, this contract, because this doesn't affect one person, this affects the whole department, because it's no different back when Mayor Sullivan was here. Mayor Sullivan was allowed to vote on the teacher's contract. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Councilor Tomlin?
Thank you. Either Tanya or Lieutenant Conoyer, I'm looking at one of the transfers here for the education plan. There's 2 of them for $5,500. Is that the new plan for the new employees that get so much? And that's
right, yes.
that's the one that takes over for the Quinn bill?
Yes.
Okay, and now will that be every year now, or the following years? Is that just this year? Because there's like 2 of them, just one for each, what,
That-
5,500?
That amount will be added to the line item in our budget that reflects the education incentive.
Okay, and with that's new hires, that's a new plan, education plan, so as time goes on, the Quinn bill levels will be pretty much getting lower?
Yes.
And now it is substantially lower than it was?
I would think so, because the people that were involved with the Quinn bill have been retiring. So yes, it would stand to reason that it's lower at this point, yes.
It is and it isn't. It's because when someone gets promoted, there's an impact on the percentage, because the initial Quinn bill was all by percentage, which was probably the biggest problem with accepting the Quinn bill the way the city did 30 years ago. But, so it is coming down, but sometimes it bumps up because so-and-so and so-and-so got promoted, and their percentage is the same, but the amount of money, because of the higher salary, becomes more. Now, why is the Quinn bill part of this contract?
They're both the same.
It's a flat rate, isn't it?
No, the Quinn bill is a percentage rate, and the incentive, the education incentive also changed to the percentage rate, then a set number.
We did that last year, right?
No, it's new this year. We initially sought after a dollar figure. However, because we're tied in with the patrolmen's union and contract, I believe they've just signed their contract, and in that contract, it was a percentage. So we have to follow their lead on the education incentive.
If we could just defer that to the mayor's office, Mike?
So I just wanted to point out that there's, seems to have been a typo or a misprint in that this is actually a duplicated item. So it's only one 5,500 request. If you look, it says item 6, and then it's printed twice.
Yeah.
So it should just be one.
I just want to make sure that.
Right.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
one for
And
50.
again, tomorrow evening, this is what we received. The auditor has been gracious to give us one order tomorrow evening to replace all of this. So at the end of this discussion, no matter what we do, we're going to kind of deny each of these orders with the understanding that one replacement, will be received tomorrow night, and if the city council so chooses, can vote on the one figure. Okay? Okay. But thank you, Mike, and I'll make sure we'll note that. I think I missed that with the patrolman,
Yeah.
but.
Well, so that just.
No, I understand what you said, John. I think
Oh,
I missed
okay.
it when the contract came in.
Okay.
Oh, well. Any other discussion?
Joe.
Counselor Bacon?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I want to be sure that if we're voting to fund and therefore approve this contract, that we're not adding in the 4th captain position in excess of the budget that we approved.
No, that's not on the table right now.
Yeah. The only language in the contract is, that would be subject to appropriation. That's why I asked the question earlier. That alone would be subject to an additional appropriation. By adopting this, we're not putting in enough money for the vacant captain's position. I think there is language, that talks about keeping that, position open. But even with the language in the contract, it's still subject to an appropriation down the road.
Just so you're clear, though, it's just suggesting in the contract that we're able to discuss it with the chief. It's not saying that it has to be a point. It's just in the contract that we have that ability to go and have a meeting with the chief to discuss, having our fourth captain reappointed.
Thank you.
Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. And first of all, thank you for what you do every day. I appreciate it. As I looked at this, and the first thing I thought was, really, we're talking a 3% increase, so why didn't we just put the 3% retroactive to July 1st? And and the other question relates to the Narcan and the AED. Have we not been available to do Narcan before?
No, we have not.
You have not done it?
No.
Okay, so just in July you started doing that?
We haven't started doing it yet.
You haven't started doing it yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so it's part of the agreement to
Yes.
start to do it?
Yes.
Okay, and the same thing with AED?
Yes.
Yeah. And have you received training on either of those?
Yes.
Okay. So prior to this, you received training, but not the ability to do it?
Exactly.
Or not the equipment to do it?
Right. We have ADDs inside our building, but we want to have them in our cruisers.
Okay. Oh, AEDs in the cruiser? Mm-hmm. Okay. And are they already on order, or are they there?
I can't say, they're in the building. That's all I can say. is
Okay.
that they're-
We just received a grant, I believe, for 2 of them, so,
Okay, and then
or not a grant, but a donation.
I'm just gonna ask a dumb question here, but long gun distribution, I'm assuming those are rifles or something?
Right, yes.
So they all go through you guys in order to go out into the field?
Yes.
Is that what I'm talking, okay. And I'm assuming you've done that before, no?
We're trained.
Okay, okay. And then the only other question I had, well, I did have Councilor Vacan's thoughts about the 4 captain. I did find that the city will continue to advocate for 4 captains. I'm not against you there, but to me, that's like, if the city puts the money up, we'll do it. And
That's all. That's it.
the other part, and the only other question I had was related to the overtime calculation, and I don't have the previous contract, so I was just wondering how that relates to what was there beforehand.
It wasn't what was there beforehand, it was what wasn't there, and it never said 1.5. And so we felt that it could have been open to interpretation, so we just wanted to shore it up so it would be identical to the patrolman's contract, so that there couldn't be room for interpretation,
Okay.
especially since they were different.
So in the past, it just would have said hourly rate, training rate, longevity, and Queen
Everything,
equals
yeah, it's all
overtime,
the same.
and not putting additional 1.5. Okay, thank you.
Further discussion?
I just wanted to,
Councilor Leahy?
yeah,
Oh,
it's good, just a statement. Some years ago, just to follow up with one of your questions, I had filed an order regarding having the police department and the fire department carrying Narcan, and I'm trying to look it up in my notes here. I don't remember exactly the exact conversation, so I just remember myself and Chief Nayswanger. How long was Chief Nayswanger here? How long ago?
Yeah.
5 years
7
ago?
years.
7 years ago? At that time, from my understanding, and I could be wrong, he wasn't for it, so I don't think he even got to these guys. And so that went nowhere until now. It's one of them.
Is there any other impacts that we haven't discussed this evening, financial impacts that you know of?
Not that I know of, but I do have a question, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I want to know what the difference between the raise that they're getting for the defib and long gun And I know what the Narcan is different, but there's already a stipend that is received of $300 for defib and resuscitation, which may not be, or may be the same thing. But is
No.
one for the training and one for the, I'm not clear on.
Actually, the reason it's broken down like that is specifically for this purpose here, so we can discuss with you exactly. We could have put in 3% raises across the board and been addressed by you, well, what's the 3% raises? What's the city getting for this 3% raise? Well, instead of waiting for that, we put that in the contract. So that's what the 3% is, that AED is now that we're going to be carrying it in our vehicles. We've never done that before as supervisors. Same thing with the Narcan. We've never done that before as supervisors. So that's the reason why those are in there. It's different from what's in the contract that you say that we received in the past. Well, that was from when AED first came out. When AED first came out, we weren't certified on that or allowed to apply it in the absence of ambulance personnel if we were on the scene. But now, that training was brought along and added to our medical requirements. So at that point, that's when we added that stipend. So this is above and beyond just the training that we had received for in the past.
So the 300 stipend that they receive now is for the training that they receive so that they can have,
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah.
That's all, I just wanted to
That's
know
it.
the difference, so when I'm accounting for it, I know the difference.
Right.
That's all, thank you.
Councilor Bacon?
Just a quick one. So this means everybody in this contract will now be administering anything that's needed in the field at the time that you're in the field? So everybody in the contract will be doing this?
Yes.
Thanks.
Mind you, we have
Every supervisor.
every supervisor.
Right, in this contract.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a quick question, then I'll ask you. The, Councilor Murphy?
So just so I think I got it, but so supervisors' vehicles have the AEDs, but not the cruisers?
No, right.
Okay, and is there a move to get the cruisers to have AEDs, do you know?
That's the patrolman's contract. I'm
Yeah,
not sure what they negotiated in that.
Okay, thanks.
The amended amounts for the breakfast, lunch, and supper reimbursements, I think I know the answer, but what is that? Not the dollar figure, but what's?
That's just basically, if you look at some of the per diem cost through the federal rate, they're a lot higher. So if someone were to go to training, like say, for example, in Washington DC, the per diem rate there is like $76, so.
Okay. This is
Ours
when
is
an
at 50.
officer is in training away
Correct.
from it's not your daily reimbursements.
No.
Okay, just making sure. Some people see this, and Counselor Sullivan has been very patient and just read the whole contract.
No, I haven't seen the whole contract. I've just got a question. Lieutenant, you mentioned earlier that you had shored up the random testing in the contract, but here in the contract, I'm reading that it's delete section G of the random testing section.
That's right. Well, Section G is it's not drug testing, it's testing for alcohol. And we already have rules, regulations, policies, and procedures that apply to that. It was redundant, so we just had it simply removed. I just wanted the drug testing to be more streamlined, more focused on potential problems that could exist, which they don't. But in the future, if there was ever any problem, I feel in this case less is more. And seeing that we already have in place rules and regulations for alcohol, there was no need to duplicate the efforts in our drug testing policy, seeing that it's so important.
Okay, so it is still in place, and the superior officers are also subject to random drug and alcohol testing?
Yes.
Yes, all right, so that answers that one. The formula for overtime, in the previous contract was the so you're saying that right now it's, making it more clear, was the Quinn bill in that formula
Yes,
before?
yes.
Okay.
Everything's the same except we added 1.5.
I feel like I can probably explain that a little bit better between the changes of the two. Is that what you're asking? They added the Quinn bill, which actually financially is the same amount of a raise, but the way they had it stated in the contract, the Quinn bill would go up into the salary piece of it, which right now is kept separate, and we want it separate so that we can see it. It's in a different line item. So even though they will still receive a raise on the Quinn bill itself, for the overtime piece of it, they still get that as part of their overtime, but because it's kept separately, it didn't need to be put in the overtime calculation, because at some point that Quinn bill it's not anybody's part of their salary. They get paid it, but it's separate. It's accounted for separately. That's what the contract states. Does that make sense?
No.
No.
So the Quinn bill itself, I think I'd have to show you the contract. It states that it's accounted for separately within the budget. It's separate, it's dying out, and as people retire, they take on this new educational incentive. But if you put it in with the straight overtime, that means it's part of the salary. It's not separate anymore. And I would have to move that money up. So that way, it would go into the salary budget line item.
If I interject, I actually hear you what you're saying, Tanya, but don't forget, the Quinn bill both Quinn bills are two separate line items, both
Right.
versions within the budget itself. But the contract here is calling for an increase in money as negotiated.
Correct.
And what I'm hearing is that's because it's the percentage that the patrol officers,
That's
in
correct.
the new part, okay? Now, there may be an impact on those line items there would be an impact on those line items because of the salary increases.
Absolutely.
Because it's a percentage base on the existing version, the older version of the Quinn bill. And now we're saying that it's for both versions, they're gonna be percentage,
And it is calculated that way.
Not the same, but different.
different percentages, yes. But so it's not, the Quinn bill is already negotiated, but now the impact of the increases has an impact on the percentage of the Quinn bill.
Correct.
Of the,
No?
of the college incentive.
Quinn bill, college incentive.
Yep.
Old guys get the Quinn bill, new guys get the college incentive. That's, so
Okay.
Yeah.
that's
I said version 1, version 2.
Right.
I'll
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
correct myself.
yeah,
Quinn bill, college incentive.
right. So their college incentive is for the newer supervisors, the newer patrolmen who will eventually become supervisors.
Okay.
That's all.
So, this one, the parties agreed that the subject can be reopened, this is regarding educational incentive, reopened for negotiation should Local 388, the patrolmen's union, receive an increase in their contract.
Right.
So, I don't understand why, the patrolmen, the lowest paid guys on the force, and the supervisor are the highest paid guys. If the lowest paid guys get a little more, why does that entitle the supervisors to more too? Or to negotiate for more?
When the patrolmen get the incentive, patrolmen then become supervisors. We shouldn't be taking away benefits from them just because they're supervisors. That's all we're saying. So when they're patrolmen and they get when they're patrolmen and they get that benefit, which they're going to get, now they take the test and they get promoted, they shouldn't lose that benefit. That's all we're saying. So that they can keep their educational incentive that they earned as a patrolman.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So the last question I would have would be, why, police officers carry guns, right?
Yes.
Why are we gonna pay more for just carrying for supervising another type of weapon?
these are specialized weapons. The kind of weapons that we should have if we need them, but don't wish we didn't have them if we needed them. So they take specialized training, almost paramilitary training, to be able to handle these specific weapons, which we have done. We all became certified in these weapons.
And these are weapons that aren't issued individually to officers, so it's not like our own service weapons that we take home. So we felt, and the chief felt, that to avoid any type of legal ramifications down the road, the issuance and responsibilities of accountability for these firearms should be with the supervisors to issue out on patrol daily. So that's where that comes from.
Okay, and all supervisors are involved in this, the issuance,
Yes,
training?
so any supervisor working at any time could become the patrol supervisor through overtime for any other reason. That supervisor could be the patrol supervisor or the CO working a shift to do the issuance.
Counselor Bartley.
Tanya, so just, I'm looking at the orders tonight, and I'm looking at numbers that are different from supplemental budgets A, B, and C. So what happened?
The police department had a lower figure than I did, so I had them check their numbers to make sure they had enough money in their budget. And that is the recalculation, because I didn't want for them this to
So
be
by
approved.
sergeants, we were up by 17,000?
Yep, $17,000.
All right, so that wasn't made super clear. All right, so you're off by that, and Quinn Bill, you're off by 6,000. And by off, I mean you underestimated it, or somebody excuse.
I didn't see anything.
I just, we're up.
Are you talking about the 5,500 in the education? Is that what you're talking about?
Let's see.
Because I wasn't aware
Quinn
of that.
Education in the supplement of 13,431, and this one I have 19,403. I have sergeants now at 36,845, and then it was 19,728. So that's what I'm asking about. So we were off? How'd that
Yes.
happen?
I had alerted the police department of the discrepancy ahead of time. And then I alerted them again to make sure they had enough money. I think, John Hart, you were part of that email chain, correct?
Yeah, what I didn't quite get what that 17,000 deficit was from where was the deficit
It
from?
was just a miscalculation. I think it was probably an adding error.
A miscalculation from what though? What
From the salary lines.
is that the number that Katie
I think
gave
it
you?
wasn't the captains. I have it somewhere. $17,000 difference was between the, I can't see, sorry. It was in the sergeant line, actually. So I'm not sure if when the raises were calculated, if the calculation was off in Excel, but I did want to bring it to your attention.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. I'm
I think
not sure.
Katie could probably speak to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sergeant, I have no idea if we got to an answer here or not, because I don't think I heard one, but when we had the supplemental budgets thrown at us on December 17th, so when you're with your family having a normal time on December 17th, I was sitting over there in a city council meeting, I had 3 different supplemental budgets thrown on my desk that night. Now, if you recall, last June 27th, we passed the regular budget. That's like we always do. You know, we do what we do. And then 6 months forward, apparently, something went haywire with the budgeting, and we got 3 different supplemental budgets on December 17th. At that time, the line item for sergeants, among other things, was 19,728. That's, now, it's 36 and change, and that's the 17,000. So my question mark is, what changed between December 17th and February 3rd. So what I'm hearing from the auditor is there was a calculation error.
I believe when she got those numbers were for numbers up to November. No. Yeah, up to November. And I believe at that time, there was, I think sometime in September or October when we hired a new sergeant. So that could be a reason for the increase. Because at the time that those figures were, I think, calculated by Katie, I don't think, it was, I believe, in August or September, and at that time, we weren't at a full complement of sergeants. So she may have
Now,
calculated
that makes
14
sense.
opposed to 15.
No, well, that makes sense then, because if there's a new sergeant come on, and time has gone by, so it's, because this is retro to
added.
July.
Correct.
It added up. It just seems like it was fairly significant. In the same way with the Quinn bill incentive, probably changed as a result as well. That changed about $6,000 north. So that was that. I got to be honest, I'm glad you explained it the way you explained it about the overtime calculation. I'm glad you drilled down to it, because at least we all know. It is what it is. But it's the hourly rate plus the training rate plus longevity plus a Quinn bill times 1.5 equals overtime. Yes. Right, so that's generally the way it's been, Larry?
Yes. That's the way it's been since I've been here.
But now we know. I didn't know what it was. Well, how would I know?
Read our contract.
Give me a copy. I'll read it. All right, there's your answer. All right, good, go. So I'll take a copy. All right. Yeah, that'd be great. How about you send me a copy? So there you go. I'll happily read it. Because just so, I mean, I have a page and a half signed by Lawrence Canoyer, Alex B. Morse, and Gina Perro. That's what I have in front of me. All right, and then okay, all right, the Narcan, we get 1% increase. The defib, we get a 0.5% increase. And this long gun distribution, we get 0.5% increase. So that's 2% added to the 1%, and that comes out with your 3%. And then that's also going to be on top of the, so then that's now in the base salary, and then starting July 1st of this year for FY21, it goes up an additional 2%.
Correct.
And then the next year, fiscal year, the exact same thing.
Right, 2%.
Okay. Then just to, I think I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm going to ask the question anyhow. Because in response to Councilor Sullivan, you talked about benefits. And you said patrolmen, why should they give up benefits when they reach the supervisors? Did I paraphrase that right? Or
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. I mean, my only response to that, just as a regular citizen, is that, I mean, they're getting a pay raise, right? So when they, I mean, how significant is a pay raise when Sergeant, or when you were a patrolman and you became, well, what now? We'll just put it now. So from patrolman top level to sergeant, what's the difference in salary rate? And you don't have to be exact. You can
I don't know,
ballpark it.
probably about 15,000 difference.
15,000. Okay. And then
That's the highest step. And then going up further, it's probably about 10 for each additional rank.
okay, so 10 more to a lieutenant and 10 more
Or
to a captain.
Right.
Right.
And then the chief is whatever the chief negotiates
With the city, right.
with the city of Holyoke. Right.
Right.
Okay, well, again, that's very, and that's the highest step, John?
Yes. The captain? Yes.
No, I
No,
realize-
I understood what
I
you
mean,
said, and the answer is
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
high-
15% is the highest increase for any rank.
15,000.
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're not going to be gloom and doom here, but, and then just All right. And the four captains, I guess we had to put that in, we didn't have a choice. And the breakfast, lunch, and dinner is when you're away on training.
Correct.
My last question is, this contract terminates June of 2022, at the eve of fiscal '23. Well, it's a two-part question. When do we normally start negotiations with the mayor on these? Well, when did you start this negotiation with the mayor? Because now we're so far into the year.
Probably June.
Started in May or June, I believe.
All right, I mean, how does that work? Does he contact you, or do you contact the mayor's office?
City
Law department?
solicitor, it goes through the city solicitor's office. We have a representative out of Springfield who's sort of a liaison between the mayor's office and us. He puts out a letter that we're ready to negotiate, and then it goes from there.
Who's that?
Pardon me?
Who's that? In Springfield.
Tom Scanlon?
Yeah, Scanlon, Tommy Scanlon, right.
And what's his function?
He works with the IBPO out of Springfield, the International Police Brotherhood. And he specializes in labor negotiations.
He replaced Bob Dixon, who used to be our negotiator.
Okay, so Mr. Scanlon represents the supervisors. Does Mr. Scanlon represent any other unions in Holyoke?
Yeah, Patrolman's Union.
Patrolman, okay,
Yep.
so he's both patrolman and, I just want to get an understanding. This has never been explained to me. Okay.
Getting a lot of good information tonight.
Well, Sergeant, I've seen your act before at HCC, and there's always a lot of good information coming from you. I'm not surprised. Okay, thank you.
I've seen Sergeant Hart on the basketball floor. There's a lot of good things that come from him.
That's trouble.
Mike, Tanya, remind me, we received this contract language changes, and then we received a revised copy. What's the difference?
I actually thought that's what Counselor Sullivan was talking about,
Okay.
and it was just the difference of the overtime, the way it was stated in the
It was
contract.
omitted in the first
Yes. It was-
summary, or whatever you want to call the
Whatever it said
memorandum of, I'm
before.
sorry, memorandum of agreement.
It did not say the same thing, and it wasn't supposed to be changed. They made an additional line that didn't need to be there, and then we just took it out.
Okay, and I'm asking because we don't have our negotiator here, but I knew you
It
were
was-
aware of
it
it, because I
was
think you were the one that
just a,
actually caught it.
It's just the typing of it. It was nothing serious, but it had to be changed, that's all.
Is there any further discussion from anyone? Okay, just a reminder, Counselor Bartley.
Just through the chair, can we get a summary of the total, please, from my tab?
You want the total of all of the orders together?
No, he's talking about the 750.
No,
Oh.
I'm talking about the orders for the police department.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. The total
Or
is,
his tab.
the total is 106,524 with all of the orders, 2 through 9.
106,524.
Correct.
Okey-dokes.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah, Tanya, of that 106,524, not all of those are related to the contract, or they are all related?
They are all definitely related to the contract, and I think it's a good representation, actually, of what happens when we start increasing salary, because you will increase your overtime funding needs, and you will increase, overtime, court fees, anything that's an hourly salary that they're leaving the police department for has to be considered, because everything actually does increase with the salary. That's included in that contract.
So, earlier Councilor Bartley mentioned the $17,000 difference in what we saw in the multiple versions that have come forward to us.
Just 3, Mike.
Yeah. But and I have to do this from memory right now, I don't have it in front of me, but the original contract was looking for a $69,000 increase.
That's the
At 17,
$17,000 difference.
Well, add 17 to it, I'm up to 84. How do we, now
We
we're
have
up to...
86, actually.
Okay, 86. But now we're up to 106.
That's
So-
because they went and looked at their employees and what they had been doing and their overtime and the increased cost of retroactive pay that those people deserve based on this contract, which they have got to pay with this salary increase. Which that is actually going to grow as the year progresses.
Pardon me, gentlemen. The discrepancy in the number was Katie was keeping a running total. Anytime that she was asked for a number, it was up to that current date. The total number that you're giving is from July to July. Katie was giving you numbers from July to September. I mean, July to November, and then July to December. So it was half of what the total would have been from July to July. Katie and I had a conversation, and I said, Katie, stop giving them half numbers, just give them
Give me
from
whole
July
numbers.
to July.
Correct.
And this way here, it would stop being so confusing, because it was confusing me. I couldn't understand where, and then something came up where there was a $17,000 difference, and I said, well, how on earth did that happen? And that's how it happened. Katie was giving, to her credit, she was keeping a running total up to the current date, not until July, which at the time was 7 months later.
So if we had gone with the original numbers, you'd have been back in front of us for more money again.
Yes.
Pardon me? Say that again?
If we had gone with the
Yes.
original...
Oh, yes, that's
Yeah.
yes, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch it all. But basically, that's what it was. So she had stopped doing that and started just going from, just the entire total from July to July.
How we doing? Counselor Thomas.
Just had a quick question. I was just looking at the vacation carryover. Is that in line with what it has been in the previous contracts?
We increased it by 3 days.
Okay, and before that, was it almost unlimited when somebody retired?
No.
No, it was always a certain amount?
Yes, yes. It was
Okay, so-
always, 7 days?
Before it was 7, now it's
10.
10.
Okay, so if you retire and you have 20 days, you're just going to get paid for 10 vacation days?
No, that number is the number to be carried over after a year. So let's say you get 20 vacation days starting January 1st.
Right.
But the previous year, you only used 10. So now you can carry 10 over. So this new year, you can have 30 days of vacation.
Okay, so it's a maximum you can carry over?
It's a carryover. Some people use all their vacation. So at the end of the year, they don't carry over any. Some people don't use all their vacation, so some people might carry over 3 or 4. So that's just in addition to what they have left over at the end of the year that they can carry
They
over.
carry over
But
over.
no more than 10. So some people might have 20 years, not use a vacation day, and come December 31st, they can't carry over the 20 days.
They don't get carry over
They
10?
can only carry 10.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Chair will point out that items 2 through 9. Note the duplication of item number 6 is only on the agenda. It's not a duplicate order, but just duplicated on the agenda. So there are 8 orders, items 2 through 9. The chair would request that we make a motion to deny each of these orders with the understanding and recommendation that the replacement order for the $106,524 will be received tomorrow night, and the city council can be asked to vote on that one transfer for the
So moved.
purposes of solidifying this contract.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion or what we're doing? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Okay, thank you. John, don't go away.
Come on. So before you start, I just want to give you some reports from the previous year's traffic grants that you asked for. And I'll put these in an email to the other council.
Great, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Counselor Bartley, I think I'm reading your mind, but go ahead.
Just through the chair to the city auditor or to Sergeant Hart, either one, if you would forward this to the city clerk tomorrow, ask her to add us to our agenda as a late filed order.
Okay.
One of you would do that, or both of you would do that, and we can officially receive it.
What you asked for.
So this, we just received this now.
Oh, okay.
This is off topic.
Okay.
While we appreciate it,
That's fine.
we have to receive it.
Yeah.
So I'd like to have it given to the clerk McGee Murphy and, Murphy McGee, and request that she add it to our agenda as a late filed order.
I think I have it on the agenda.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, it
that's-
is? Oh.
That's the new STEP grant that,
Oh, we have this?
that we're
oh,
asking for, yes.
We have this on tomorrow night's agenda? Oh, exciting.
It should
you.
be. I entered
Very
it in
good.
for the agenda.
The only one not on, to your point, Counselor Bartley, is the traffic grant. That's the second page. That's not on the agenda tonight, but that's
Okay.
the.
Purposes of this evening.
Yep.
But we got to make sure we're within open meeting laws and we're within the confines, parameters of the agenda itself. John, just, and this I will leave up to the committee, but items 15 is the 911 Department Training Grant. Item 16 is the Shannon. Item 17 is the Traffic Enforcement STEP.
Were you?
No, I got the wrong.
Have I got the wrong numbers? I apologize, hang on. Item 10 is the 911 Department Training Grant. Shannon Grant is item 11. Sustained Traffic Enforcement Grant is item 12. Do you also have item 13, which is the EEA Municipal Vulnerability? Vulnerability, no.
That's
All right, so is,
engineer.
okay, so 10, 11, and 12, are these are existing grants, renewals?
Correct.
Okay, would the committee like to take all three of these up
So
together?
moved.
Motion made second to suspend the rules to take items 10, 11, 12 together. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. So I'll just read them real quick, and then we'll have Sergeant Hart get us through them, as he always does. First one is the fiscal year 2020 911 Department Training Grant to authorize the establishment of a fund method appropriate for the accounting of the receipts and expenditures of all resources associated with the grant. This is all, as Councilor Bartley pointed out, under Mass General Laws 44, Section 53A. The next one is Senator Charles H. Shannon, Junior Community Safety Initiative, and an annual grant that we receive, and the same thing, authorize the establishment of fund and appropriate accounting of the receipts and anything associated with the grant. And the third one is traffic enforcement, the STEP, otherwise known as the STEP, which is also under Chapter 44, and also we're being asked to authorize establishment of fund and other method appropriate for the counting of receipts and expenditures. John, if you could walk us through each of these.
Okay.
You know, question always is any matching funds, if there are any, and the amount of this year's grant that we know that's coming in.
Okay, so to start off, all three of them, there are no matching dollars to them. The first one, the PSAP 911 training grant, that's strictly for our 12 full-time dispatchers and 4 part-time dispatchers to obtain their required 16 hours of annual training. So that amount covers
No match, it
No
covers their
match.
training?
just.
And what
their
is the
training.
total amount? I have it here, but
15,326.
any questions on the first grant for the training of dispatchers?
Yes.
Councilor Bartley?
Who does the training? Where's it conducted?
It can be at various locations through the approved, some of them are one vendor's power phone, but they're all approved trainings through E911 through the state.
So we take them off the list? There's a list of approved trainers from the Commonwealth, and we
There's an approved list of trainings per year that's put out to the PSAP communities like Holyoke. And our dispatchers select certain trainings to equal their 16-hour mandatory training that they need for the year.
And this covers the cost of the vendor?
This covers the cost of their training, whether it be the vendor's cost for attendance or fees to attend the training, and/or their overtime cost, whether it be the dispatcher going to the training on overtime or the dispatcher filling in that vacancy, not both, either or. And this amount, the way they're doing it now is we have to submit the dollar figure of what it's going to cost for this training. So there's no additional funds that they can use. So this is exactly what we need to get all our dispatchers trained according to the mass law for their 16 hours.
Any other questions? Counselor Tomlin?
I misheard you earlier. How many, is this training for how many dispatchers?
We have 12 dispatchers and 4 part-time dispatchers.
So all of them go through the training?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Sullivan?
Thanks. John, on the STEP grant for the,
We haven't got that yet. I know we're
Can't jump
discussing it
there.
together, but I stopped for questions for the dispatchers.
Okay.
Just figuring that was quick. The next one is the Shannon grant. John, same thing, no match already, you told us.
Yep, no
What's the
match.
amount?
So this is a multidisciplinary approach to reducing gang violence for youths aged 10 to 24. The total amount this year is $475,234.47. It's approximately a $40,000 increase from last year, which is good. In years past, we've been getting reduced. So partners on this, I'll go slow for those who are taking notes. HPD, it's approximately receiving $120,000, and that'll encompass our gang suppression patrols as well as our mobile community policing patrols. The Sheriff's Department, through their family fun nights, basketball programs, and neighborhood watch, going to be receiving approximately $23,000, almost 24, $23,700. Holyoke High School for their restorative justice program and through their community advisory board will be receiving $23,800 approximately. Holyoke Community College for their HISEP program will be receiving $28,000. The Holyoke Boys and Girls Club will be receiving approximately $147,000 for their mentoring program, computer program, and after-school programming. Chicopee Police, partnered up with the Chicopee Boys and Girls Club, will be receiving approximately $81,000, again, for their after-school program, and they also have a 2-week cadet program. And last on the list is Mass Hire, which will be getting about $42,000 for their workforce readiness program and career service for at-risk youth. And again, there's no match for that.
Incredible amount of resources in the terms of dollars for some wonderful organizations, including the Holyoke Police Department. I'm not going to ask any questions about restorative justice this year because we got the answers the last time we went through this, and the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club came in and certainly made us aware of the importance of those dollars for her organization. But can you remind us why the Shannon Grant dollars for Chicopee come through Holyoke?
Because it's kind of a collaborative approach. It's because they're so close to us. They're our neighbor, and yet they still have similar gang violence numbers as the Holyoke Police Department, and it's just consolidating money as opposed to issuing separate grants for different communities.
And from an accounting point of view, what does our auditor think of this?
I think it's fine. It actually happens with other grants as well. It's like a flow through. So we actually report
If there's
to
any
the state.
deficiencies with Chicopee's using of this grant, is the DOR going to tell us we have to balance it?
If I could,
Gotta go to Mike.
I would just say that DOR has actually pointed us to Chicopee, and we're actually reviewing their practices. They happen to have some of the best grant practices in the state.
You were waiting for that question, weren't you?
They do a great job. Shout out to Chicopee.
Okay, Counselor Leahy.
I just want to make it known that I do serve on the board of directors along with Sergeant Hart to the Boys and Girls Club.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah. And just a comment, John, I know both you guys are on the Boys Club board. I've heard that they're cutting back on the hours that they're going to be open in the evening. So I hope there's, I mean, with the services they provide and what we've seen recently, I don't understand the cutting back in hours and services there. If there's, you know, here's 147,000 going to them, I do everything we can to encourage them not to do that and to do what they can to expand their hours, not be cutting back.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about hours or closing.
You might want to look into that.
But I do encourage everyone and everyone listening to go down sometime after school and see the amount of kids and programming going on every single day after school. It'll be an eye-opening for you.
Absolutely.
John, the sheriff's portion there, is that the South Holyoke Initiative part?
Yes, it is.
Program? Thank you. And that is an incredible asset to the entire community. Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, that's Ed Case, and if you recall, Mr. Chairman, we gave Mr. Case a proclamation about a year ago for all the work he does and energy he brings. So we appreciate that. And this is, I mean, that's really a drop in a bucket. $23,700 for the family fun nights, and I mean, it's like it's just peanuts, really, when you think about it. And Tanya, the 100. Well, first of all, Sergeant, when does this grant commence?
I don't have the exact date that the contract was signed, but it is signed, and we haven't done anything until, of course, we're waiting for approval for the grant. We don't even have a fund number yet established for it, so.
Well, that's good. That's yeah,
It's a good grant practice.
It's a good grant practice, and you know that's the law. I mean, that's great. So this works on what, reimbursement? So
Yes.
Okay, so
Actually, this grant through the state, they'll put out increments of disbursements that come in through the state. So we'll have those increments put. I'll get a remittance from the treasurer's office, and I'll locate where those funds are directed to, and I'll direct it to the auditor and the treasurer's office to put it into that fund, and that's how that works. But I'll get invoiced from each partner, and each partner has a budget that we track so that they don't go over, and submit invoices as they come in.
okay, so well, we'll get that in a second. But so this is a federal grant that's passed through
The state.
the Commonwealth, and it comes to us. Okay. All right, and I don't recall whether or not. Well, I'll look. Well, I'm not going to ask the auditor right now, but that, I think out of the 60 some odd, what is called cost centers right now that made up that deficit, Tanya, and your spreadsheet that you gave us last year that we're going to talk about hopefully in a future finance committee meeting, maybe half were HPD related for grants.
I honestly can't remember.
Well, I'm not asking to remember. I'm just saying that's.
They were on there, though.
Yeah, about half of them were HPD-related cost centers, and so we're going to find out. And I don't recall if Senator Shannon was one of the cost centers on there, but we're I'm not asking to look now because that's not what this meeting's about. But just we're going to talk about that at that time, and we'll drill down into that one. Just Tanya, the $120,000 for the HPD gang suppression. Okay, is that just, so that's separate and distinct from a budget? We don't see that in a city budget, do we?
Negative. You do not see that in a city budget. It's in the grant.
So
budget.
correct. The answer is
Correct.
affirmative.
Affirmative.
is
It's
your
not
answer. What I said is
affirmative. You're
accurate.
correct.
Yeah, what I said is accurate, but it's not in there. Okay, so that's Why not? Why don't we just, should we not have a notation in there? So this is that's a fairly significant sum of money for $120,000. There's no notation in the budget ever to remind future city councilors that there's a $120,000 Shannon grant?
It's specifically for the general fund, the budget that you appropriate, so that's what's actually in the budget book.
True that, but we also put notations in there as well.
We could put it in.
Just
I'm
for-
not opposed to
Just-
anything that is
just
helpful.
just for the public's consideration, when it's that significant. I'm not saying we cherry pick, but,
I think we'd have to decide on a limit that we would want to go through, because it's not just the police department that has these types of grants. It's also many other departments, so.
Well, there you go, excellent. That would actually be, I mean, because you know how it works when we come in here. I mean, when you first walk in those doors, and then, you know, it's one thing, and then all of a sudden, 5 months or 4 months later, 5 months later, you get a budget. I'm going to say to every city councilor, well, not this distinguished panel, but you walk, I mean, it's just a touch overwhelming, and then you don't really know what you don't know. I don't mean to sound like
True.
Secretary Rumsfeld, but it's, I mean, those little tidbits of information actually go a long way to establish additional credibility, in my book, between the executive and the legislative branch. Now, I don't know why I have to come up with these ideas and suggest it, but nevertheless, that, just for your consideration, I don't think there's a super high hurdle to at least throw a notation about that. So when we're taking our votes, we can see, oh, well, you know, we see the police overtime, and we know that's sacrosanct. Well, we also see, oh, at the bottom, oh, yeah, they get $120,000 for gang suppression and you know, the mobile patrols, you know, and for overtime. That's what it's for. So it would just help me make a more informed vote as I go forward. You know, for your consideration, just, you know, I'll make a notation myself, but it'll be
Okay.
helpful. And then on the accounting part with this, the sheriff's department. So after we make a payment, what happens? What happens there? What happens? They send in an invoice, or they put some kind of a statement to us, and then we send them a check for, or how does that?
I think you're going to have to ask Sergeant Hart more about that, because he really is the person that is responsible for
what
his
happens-
grants.
So what happens is,
I'd like to know.
we'll get an invoice from our vendor or our partner, like the sheriff's department. They'll give us that invoice. I'll take that invoice and give it to Katie, our payroll clerk. She'll do a requisition for those funds. She'll send that requisition to purchasing. Purchasing will then set up a purchase order number for that vendor, and that purchase order vendor will go to the auditor and,
Well, the city treasurer,
yeah.
the treasurer.
And that amount will be, then from the treasurer, it'll go to the auditor's department, and that money will be put down accordingly under that line item in the Munis system. And then those numbers will eventually go from red to black as the remittance money from the state comes in to offset those costs. Did I say that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, that actually helps. That helps me.
Prior meetings about this, and it's a point I think we got to be aware of, is, and when I said this, you know, why is Chickabee's portion of Shannon Grant coming through Hoyoke? You know, the police department does a good job of tracking this. Sheriff's office, same thing. What responsibility do we have when the DUR looks at us?
We're responsible for reporting in for the reimbursements and saying what he has
And
a.
what control do we
plan.
have over deficiencies of Chickabee and the sheriff's department?
Well, he's only giving them the amount of money that's allotted to them. So if
But
they have a
to justify
deficit
how they spend it.
on their side, that's their deficit. It's not ours, because we're only giving them a set dollar figure.
That's the answer I want to hear.
Right.
You always get the answer I want to hear.
Each invoice is accompanied with backup documentation, whether it be deductions and earning sheets, or whether it be activities that they did to justify the amount. There's usually backup that follows the invoice, and that's submitted to purchasing with the requisition.
Which I appreciate, because right now we're talking about Sergeant John Hart, Katie McCoy, and Ed Case. And you can't think of three finer people to make sure this is all correct. Time changes, people change, and things, happen. So food for thought. But we're not gonna get off on that tangent. Councilor Leahy's kicking me, saying, let's go. Any further discussion on the 3 grants? Councilor Sullivan? Or there's one more grant, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Councilor Sullivan's been nice and patient. His question is on the 3rd grant.
Okay,
No match.
the STEP
What's
grant.
the dollar amount?
No match on that. We were awarded $54,000. However, only $27,740 is available at this time until we get an additional amendment or okay from the state. And the STEP is an acronym for Sustained Traffic Enforcement Program. And that is actually a grant to help reduce accidents and motor vehicle injuries. And we have, it's normally a 10 intersection, your worst 10 intersections. But this year they allowed the departments to kind of look to enforce areas in their city that have the most traffic accidents or occurrences and injuries. And I don't have those intersections with me tonight or the areas, but I will email those to you for tomorrow. So you'll have those. So again, it's $27,740 for those patrols. And if you want to go over, or if you have any questions on that, and go over the report from last year's STEP program, I'm happy to do that.
Same idea, John. The money is used to supplement the fiscal budget, but we put patrol officers out on traffic watch specific to what you just said. And this hours, but for the most part, they'd be on overtime?
Yes, yeah, this is overtime. And just to clarify, we don't have a traffic bureau or traffic division or anything, so any type of traffic other than supplemental funding is really normal patrol for our patrol officers.
And Tanya, when a patrol officer is paid overtime through a grant, it doesn't come through the budget?
As long as it is put in the system correctly, it should not, yes.
Okay. Councilor Sullivan?
Okay, thanks. So, John, can you tell us of the amount of overtime done? How did that get divided up between superior officers and patrolmen?
Contractually, it's giving out, normally we have 4 units working, and of those 4 units, one of them is a supervisor, 3 are patrolmen. And sometimes if there aren't 3 patrolmen, then another supervisor may work. Sometimes it's not filled, sometimes it is.
And, the reason I'm asking is the more money that gets spent with the higher paid officers, the fewer hours are spent out enforcing, because it's limited by a dollar amount, not an hour amount. So
Right.
That's
why it's 1 to 3.
Yep. So here I don't understand. Motor vehicle accidents decreased from 1588 to 1566. The next item is motor vehicle accidents with injuries decreased from 3,708 to 3,394.
Right,
How
so,
do we have more?
because in accidents, sometimes injuries, you may have 6 people in one accident. There may be 6 people in one car and 4 in the other car, so that's 10 injuries for that one accident.
Okay, so that's why it's so much
Right,
different than the
by
actual.
injuries, yeah, actual numbers.
All right, so it's just kind of a wording thing. It's not motor vehicle accidents with injuries, it's injuries involved in motor vehicle accidents is what decreased.
The injuries, correct.
That reminds me, Counselor Sullivan, when the good Chief Scott came to us from the Midwest and he was going over his first budget, he looked at it, and he wasn't talking about sergeants, John, but he looked at it and said, superior officers get time and a half? There was a message there, which I don't think has been heard yet, but the accountability of overtime is always sensitive to the city council and needs to be closely watched. Anything else? Chair will entertain a motion
Make a
that
motion
each
to
of these
accept-
grants we would accept, adopt.
Accept the grants?
And so moved, and refer this to the full city council tomorrow evening. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. John, thank you. Any quick comments on Wally Computer? Any quick comments on Wally Computer?
Yes, they've been a huge asset for us at the police department.
Okay, so you don't want to stick around when we take that up in a few moments.
No, I'm sure they'll do a fine job.
Okay.
Do we not take up item 13?
Item 13 is next. I'm releasing John Hart, Sergeant Hart, from his duties, knowing that, we've heard this in the past about the relationship Wally Computer had with the police department. I don't think we have to keep him here, is what I'm being a little bit, not funny, but I'm just being a little bit facetious, I guess. Thank you, John. As always, we appreciated your time and your good answers.
Motion to take item number 17 off the table for discussion. I'm leaving.
13.
13, my fault.
Motion made second to take up item number 13, introduced under my name. This is the fiscal 2020 EEA Municipal Vulnerability and Preparedness grant that authorizes establishment under Chapter 44 of a fund and other method appropriate for the accounting of receipts, expenditures, and all resources associated with administration of said grant. We have with us our city engineer, Bob Parent. Bob, thank you. If you could just run us through this grant, first, always answer, is there any matches, the amount of the grant, and how it's used?
Certainly. In November of this last year, several different city departments teamed up to apply for this grant program. The intent of the grant program is really helping municipalities across the Commonwealth prepare for and be more resistant to climate-related changes that have already occurred and will continue to occur in the future. The amount of the grant, the city will receive $93,850. There is a local match requirement, or a match requirement. I'm going to qualify that and eliminate the word local match, because I do have a letter, if you'd like, I can provide a copy of, from the Nature Conservancy, who, before we applied for the grant, committed to up to $25,000 of matching funds for this grant. So we have a requirement for $15,720. The Nature Conservancy was actually willing to go up to $25,000 in terms of matching. So they have more than committed to meeting the full match amount, such that the city will not have any match obligations.
Do we have to vote to receive the Nature Conservancy also? Isn't that a grant in itself?
I'm not positive. I can check into the law, but I think we can take any revenue associated with that particular grant fund into that.
It's the language.
It's the language.
Yes.
Okay,
I've just never heard it this way. I get it, but
And I'm not
that's
familiar
which,
with this either,
we
so.
repeat over and over and over again, and and the expenditure of any resources associated with the administration of said grant. So that's what we're talking about, right?
I'll look at it tomorrow and I
Okay.
can change it if,
It's fine. I'm sure we would, but I just want to make sure we're doing it the right way.
And for the record, I did bring copies of the commitment letter, so I'll provide that to
Okay, thank
the
you.
committee as well. And really just an explanation of what this grant is intended to be used for. Again, as I referenced, helping municipalities in the Commonwealth really prepare for the changes that are coming as a result of climate change. And in the city of Holyoke, even more so, given that we're dealing with our combined sewer overflow issue. We have seen already, for instance, and one of the things that we had to study in our long-term control plan was how we've seen precipitation events change over time and how we've seen the amount of precipitation increase over time. So as we're spending a lot of money looking to reduce the amount of overflows, at the same time we're seeing other factors that potentially offset the improvements that we're trying to make. So part of our hope here is to better understand how we can reduce the amount of runoff effectively, which is the more impervious area, the more paved area, the more buildings we have in the city, the more water that doesn't go into the ground, the more water that runs off the surface that goes into the storm sewers and combined sewers, and during major rain events overflows to the Connecticut River. So the intent of these grant fundings is to do a very detailed, effectively parcel by parcel mapping and inventory of existing impervious area across the entire city. That's the first part. The second part is then take a look at what might be able to be done over time to create incentives, to create programs such that property owners, landowners, businesses might be motivated to reduce the amount of impervious area over time, such that there's an overall benefit to the city and that we get the full benefit of our CSO reduction that we've been spending a lot of money on over the years.
Wow.
Get all that?
I got it. Any discussion? Councilor Bartley.
Right, okay, so let's just get down to it, Bob. Well, thank you for coming here. Okay, who's going to do the mapping?
The mapping will be contracted out to an outside firm.
All right, what is that going to cost?
That's about half the value of the grant.
All right, who's the outside firm?
We've gotten quotes from one particular outside firm, but we will go through, as we have to, procurement process prior to selecting a firm. So for the purpose of developing the grant application, we did get budget information, so I can't definitively say what firm the city be working with.
All right,
at
so
this time.
it's going to prepare a report. You're going to have to comply with our ordinance to come back to us with a summary of what, the inputs and outcomes relative to the grant. But in the meantime, when this report's done, what are you going to do with it? Is it going to go on the city website? Is it going to be, what's on your DPW's website or
Certainly, just as
study it? Or?
we talked about last week, the long-term control plan, the draft long-term control plan, has been published on the DPW website. I would expect this information to be put out there to the public. And it would really serve as the basis of the second portion of this project, is now that we have information to really understand how much impervious area we have, where it is, what type of properties it may be located on, what can we do to try to, again, create programs such that the amount of impervious area is either reduced or in some way mitigated or offset. There are ways to do offset and banks so that if a particular property owner has a lot of paved area that goes unused, perhaps they could reduce the amount of pavement, and in exchange for that, that might be used to benefit another project or a program across the city. So it would help to inform those types of programs that the city could choose to put in effect in the future. It wouldn't be putting those programs in effect, but it'd be collecting the information and coming up with the ideas and the alternatives that we then could put forward for consideration.
Okay, so $46,000 or thereabouts are going to be paid to the vendor, more or less, and the balance of the other $46,000 is going to be paid to
That
whom?
will likely be another outside firm. That would be an environmental planning firm versus a mapping firm. So roughly 50-50 is how the grant monies would be spent.
It's called an environmental?
Environmental planner. Somebody not, there's aspects of engineering, but it's really more of the softer side of the business.
So the environmental planner is going to approach Bill Rogalski at the mall. I mean, I assume that's probably got the greatest impervious area in the city. I'll just hypothetically say that. Or Holyoke Medical Center. And what are they going to say? Come up with a plan to do what? To have your water run off to the grass, or to have it, they're going to create a better sewer? What are they going to do?
I wouldn't expect as part of this phase that any property owners are specifically consulted. It's really taking a look at where those properties are. And if the goal is to reduce the amount of runoff from that property, what program could be put in place really to encourage and incentivize them, not to penalize them, but what could be created such that they would see a benefit in reducing the amount of runoff from their property, given that that ultimately will benefit the city. The less water going into the pipes, the less water that overflows to the Connecticut River when it rains.
And then lastly, why is Nature Conservancy so generous to the city of Holyoke? Are they doing this elsewhere, or what?
They actually are a very big supporter of the municipal vulnerability preparedness program. They effectively came to the city and said, we want to help make things like this happen.
And where are they based?
They're a national organization. They're actually, it's been many years since I've worked with them, but I'll be honest, I've found them as being one of the very, as environmental groups go, one of the more positive groups to work with. They're not out there to stop things, but they're out there to try to create things. So for instance, many years ago when I worked with them in the state of Vermont, working with ski area developers, they weren't anti-ski area development. They were, if you're going to develop ski areas, let's find a way where we can accomplish something that's going to benefit in the environment at the same time you can accomplish what you're trying to do as part of your program. So I look at them as a very well-respected and an organization that tries to get things done and works in a positive manner to get things done.
Thank you.
Any further, Councilor Tallman?
Yeah, just, Bob, when is this officially, if it's accepted, when does it start and how long a time frame is it?
If it's accepted, we need to start immediately because it is a fiscal year grant program. So we need to have the work done by the end of this fiscal year. So it's the unfortunate thing about some of these state grant programs is they put the invitation out in November, they release the funding list in January, and then you have to get it all wrapped up by June 30th. So it's a little bit of a sprint.
And so that in other words, you have to get the vendors or the get the bids in, and
Right.
then it's got to be done by the end of this year, end of this fiscal year, June 30th.
Correct. Okay. And unfortunately, it's typical.
You must be tight
We
to
do
try to
more
get
of this
that
than we'd
done.
like to have to do under this type of schedule.
Okay. Thank you.
Make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Motion made second to approve the grant as written and as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved.
Oh,
You got anything else?
Just a point of order?
Yep.
May I?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I said yes, yeah.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you, I didn't know you said yes, Joe. Sorry, I apologize. What we heard from the city engineer and from the auditor is that we have a grant and then we have a match. And then what we also heard is that the match might be the match is from the Nature Conservancy. So shouldn't we make this acceptance contingent upon the acceptance of the grant from, or whatever the proceeds are from the Nature Conservancy? How do we, because I'm not gonna.
Yes, I think that's fair. Tanya's going to get us an answer to.
Well, can I make a
how that-
motion?
We're going to, motion to reconsider. All those in favor, any opposed, so moved. Motion to adopt as amended, with the amendment would be that this would be contingent upon the portion of the $25,000 Nature Conservancy match. Is that?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? So moved. And Tanya, you're going to make sure that we don't have to take a separate vote on that and that it comes under the language as we discussed a moment ago.
Yeah, actually, the external auditors are in my office for the next 2 weeks, so I can have that conversation with them as well.
Does that mean you want to keep us away from your office for the next 2 weeks?
You can come in all you want, it's fine.
Bob, anything else?
No, that's
Agenda
it
for you?
tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mike, does it make sense to do 14 and 15 as a package? It would be the cyber and the insurance and the computer consulting.
I don't want to do them as a package.
I don't think we should do them as a package.
Okay.
Frankly, I mean, Kevin can be here to discuss both, but I would take them up separately.
Okay, so fair enough. Item 14. I was just saying for purpose of discussion, but that's fine. We'll go one at a time. Item 14, under my name, is a request for transfer of $85,550 from stabilization, and that will go to computer consulting, signed off by the auditor and the mayor. Motion on the table to take up for discussion. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? So moved. We have Mike Bloomberg from the mayor's office, and Kevin, I already lost your last name. Kevin Russell from Wally Computer, correct? Okay, please come on in. And thank you for your patience. I gave Kevin a little warning of this meeting the other day when I met him by chance in the purchasing department, and I think I have to apologize because I was being ultra conservative when I was talking to you the other day. But this is actually all the mayor's fault because we got hammered, and the auditor's fault, because we got hammered with all kinds of requests over the last 2 meetings, and we're just trying to keep up with them because it's January and this is the middle of the budget, and we're still acting, and we're acting on things that are important to the fiscal year budget. Okay, so for purposes of discussion, Kevin or Mike, will you start us off on the reasons for this transfer? We know, I think we all know the transfer is coming from stabilization, which is that pot of $750,000 that we've been working with.
Yes.
Mike?
So historically, the city had contracted with Holyoke Gas and Electric to manage our IT provisions. That includes everything from some of the web contracts to the email contracts to our internet services and beyond. You can see actually a lot of that on the handout that Kevin gave you. Starting last year, there was a plan to transition to a managed services provider that we could increase the amount of services that we're receiving, but also from a budgetary standpoint that we would do really well to actually have better inventory tracking throughout the city. Kevin can get into some of the specifics, but even such things as consolidating the number of companies we have for monitoring and managing our copiers and our printers, the number of software licensees we have, the antivirus and things along those lines, to be able to actually oversee all of that and account for what is it that we truly need as a city. So that's the budgetary side of things. If we go back to, so the amount requested is actually about 15,000 or slightly less than 15,000 less than what was cut from the original budget proposal in June of 2019. And one of the reasons for the increase, so it was $100,000 increase was requested, or $103,000 increase was requested. $80,000 of that was actually from taking on the police and fire network administration. So truly, it was a net increase of approximately $23,000 that was over previous years. That money was largely meant for having a transition period from HG&E to Wally to ensure that transition went smoothly. Because of savings that we've realized from the transition, that is why we're not needing to request the $100,000 that was cut, but only $85,550. The primary use of that money is to pay for the contract with Wally, and so they are on a month-to-month managed services contract, and Kevin can talk about what that means for the city, but that's primarily what we're looking at here. Is they oversee all of our IT administration. I, in the mayor's office, oversee the IT budget, and this would allow us to continue to utilize their services through the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you. Kevin, you want to run through?
Sure. What I've given to everybody is just a basic highlight of the services that Wally is providing over what HG&E was doing previously. I do want to note that this isn't any way to, disparage what HG&E was doing. HG&E was actually the company that reached out to Wally to bring us in to help us come into the city and take over these services, with the idea that HG&E, the services that Wally does and specializes in isn't what HG&E does as a company and as a business, and they asked us to come in and speak with the city to take over these. So some of the services that have changed is previously under HG&E services, there was 2 engineers dedicated mostly to City Hall, DPW, for support, day-to-day support and management of the infrastructure. That's changed to, there's an engineer dedicated throughout the city on site, as well as down to the next line, our remote support call center. We have 7 engineers that are manned that handle all calls from the city across the board, whether that be police, DPW, Veterans Affairs, City Hall, and fire as well, which was previously not covered by any of the services, by HG&E or when Wally was working directly with the police department. As well as expanding on capabilities of doing project management and incident response for utilizing Wally's additional staff of about 120 computer specialists that make up the company. So be above and beyond the team that's associated with the managed services team. So highlighting some of the other services are 24-hour emergency support, as well as monitoring and alerting. So if something were to happen after hours over the weekend, my team is responding to that and handling that. We recently had an issue just last week where one of the blade servers failed.
Can I ask a question on that?
Please.
So you guys are doing this now, right?
Correct.
So this morning at 10:43, I received an email from Mayor Morris, and I looked at the email address, and it was not coming from him. It was coming from this BASUKA0512 Gmail account, and it said, it said to James, the only person that calls me James is Sheila Morrow, and are you free at the moment? And it was to my city councilor email address, regards Alex Morris. So I screenshotted this, I sent it to Alex, and he said, this is spam. So how did this get to me?
So I can also answer part of that because it's something that our office has been dealing with throughout the day. So unfortunately, there's nothing stopping any person from creating a Gmail account and saying that their name is Alex Morris. And in this case, so if this had come from you to you at holyoke.org, that would be a very serious concern from a cybersecurity standpoint. Unfortunately, the reality is that anyone can create any email and put their name in, and I do appreciate all of you reaching out to Alex and or our office. And we did, as soon as we got it, we notified Wally. I have an email here. I don't remember exactly what they did, but Zach had from Wally notified Google or Gmail, and then blocked that from outgoing service, et cetera. So unfortunately, not entirely within the purview of something we can prevent, but it is something that we can react to.
All right, and my second question on that, maybe it's not so much a question, but so with my IT department where I work, they send out emails, and the emails look 90% real, and you have to forward this email. You have to look at the email, obviously, and determine it's a fake email, and you have to forward it to an IT specific email, and they're looking for 100% of people forwarding these emails on, and if you don't forward on, like 1 or 2 of them, you have to do the training all over again. Will you guys be providing that service?
I don't think I followed that. I'm sorry.
So he's referring to cyber. So all staff members, when Wally came on, actually did go through a cybersecurity training, and so he's talking about
Cyber awareness
well,
training?
yeah, phishing training.
Phishing
So he's
training,
saying that they have a program where Wally, as you all have planned on doing, is sending out a fake phishing scam, and have asked people to recognize it as phishing and then forward it on.
Because you'd want like 100% of people
Yeah.
saying, but everyone's looking at their phones and it looks real.
Yes.
Agree more. Yeah.
So yes, we are talking with the city about providing that services, as well as the training that goes along with anybody who may have failed that training. So anybody who would have clicked on that link to be able to provide the service above on. So what didn't you see? React to it and then go from there. So yes.
All right, thank you so much.
So a little bit more keeping on the lines of what we are providing is cybersecurity monitoring. So we are looking for threat detections, signs of bad doers being in the network. We are watching for many types of email spam. As Mr. Bloomberg had said, if an email did come from within the city to you, something like that, and that you didn't recognize it, we do checks for that to make sure that something coming from a holyoke.org address to another holyoke.org address is coming from within our email system. So that if it's not coming from within our email, which is Google, it would get blocked. As well as looking for signs of ransomware and other attacks coming from outside of the network. So, and that is managed and monitored 24/7, 365 days a year. So, some of the other service that we're providing, as Mike has mentioned, is inventory management, asset tracking, and user management. So, as well as planning for upgrades to systems and upgrades to workstations, keeping ideas of age life, keeping the city compliant with standards on security and other initiatives.
And if I could, I just, from the budgetary perspective and even from dealing with our department heads and their departments, that's got to be far and away the one that we feel significant benefit from, and everybody is realizing significant benefit from, of knowing the life cycle of a piece of hardware and the life cycle of software, and not just waiting either till something breaks or something goes wrong, and also on the flip side of that, not buying new things when you have perfectly good equipment in front of you, and already paying dividends. And I think that's one of the major reasons we've already seen some savings since switching to Wally.
Kevin, all set?
I think I'm all set.
We appreciate it, but you have we'll give you all the time you need. We've come a long way from a mainframe that was tucked in that office around the corner here many years ago. And I think most of us recognize the importance of having a company with the specialty of working with the IT issues. Kevin, we also have a lot of department heads and employees who need some special help, like maybe how to turn the printer on a bad day. Are there people on duty that can do that, or is that the 24-hour support team? Is it possible that our employees that need that special help can make phone calls or find someone?
Absolutely. Both of those services are provided under this. We do have an engineer on site physically within the city 5 days a week to help with any issues that may require physical presence, moving of a machine, replacing a new monitor, replacing a ribbon or toner on a printer or something like that. But we also do have the fixing computers that randomly drop off over there. We also do, that is also the call center. So any one of the City of Holyoke employees or staff are able to call our phone number and get immediate support. So,
thank you.
The only problem is if they don't know how to use a printer, they probably don't know how to use a phone either.
That'd be nice. You all set?
Oh, yeah.
Councilor Tomlin. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Just a question on this and then the contract. Do you deal with other communities?
We do, sir.
This area? I mean, about how many?
Wally is the largest provider of services and technology in New England. So we deal with just about every municipality within the state, within the Commonwealth.
Okay, and you stated that you have somebody here usually during 5 days a week in engineering. Where are they usually located?
2 days of the week, Zach is located in this building, but and then 3 days a week, we have another engineer, John Sarah, who's physically at the police department. But they're mobile to go to any other department or any other service that's needed.
Okay.
So if it's a day that an engineer would be at the police department, but there's an issue here at the city or DPW or any other location that needs a physical engineer, that engineer would get up and go to that location to handle that.
Okay. And if something happens where, something goes down the weekend or a holiday or something, somebody's always available to get right out here to take care of the issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Tanya, one of the budget cuts or one of the discussions came up during the budget process in May, June was, it's always along the lines of affordability, but was the difference in what we paid the gas and electric and now what we're paying Wally. And I think Kevin and Mike have given a good example of the switch and the transition and why. And I think we heard from the police department even back then. That's why I asked Sergeant Hart before he left. Do you remember the numbers of the cut that was made from the original request?
Do you have the,
If not, my budget's right in the drawer next to Mike. underneath Mike.
so, you're talking about in the computer consulting services, we had requested 353, and you had provided 250,
Okay. And if I remember, part of our
so
discussion.
$100,000.
Part of our discussion then was with the transition, and to us, maybe not to the entire city, the newness of Wally Computer itself, that we would take a look at the midterm, mark as to how much money would be needed to get through the rest of the year. And I think this transfer, Mike, you said will get us through the rest of the year?
That's correct. This will get us through the rest of the year, through June 30th.
So I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think we've satisfied that discussion we had during the budget hearing, but I'll leave it at that. Is there any further discussion?
Over here.
Counselor Sullivan, right here.
Yep.
Sorry.
So, Kevin, what involvement does Wally have with the city webpage, either maintenance or training?
Unfortunately, we don't have any involvement with that. So that was an outside department prior to us. And Wally, Web Services isn't a service that Wally provides in general. So we contract out to other people to handle that. And currently, we're not doing anything for the city or the police department.
Okay, so, Mike, who's doing that?
Yeah, so currently the mayor's office and each department has folks. So someone in the clerk's department knows how to upload information for the website, but included in this would be the allowance we need to make some upgrades to our service for WordPress, which is the software which the website runs on. It is outdated, so included in our entire fiscal budget for fiscal 20 is the ability to work with a WordPress/website firm. So if this goes through, we would have the capability to make some, not complete overhaul, but some at least updating and upgrades to the website.
Well, the problems I'm seeing, I can't believe, and I'm not by any means, I still use a flip phone, as everybody knows, but why are we still seeing headlines on the city webpage relevant to Veterans Day, the debt exclusion override and stuff like that that are, 3-4 months out of date as a headline?
Yeah, so when you upload a new statement to the webpage, it's set up so the block is something called headlines, and they will continue to be there until they end up getting pushed out. We don't have a full-time, that's
Webmaster.
we don't have a webmaster. We don't have somebody who manages full-time. The mayor's office has taken that on as an additional duty. But I will also say at this point, if there are specific concerns or suggestions, those are, I know how to use WordPress myself personally, and that's really what it's both Andres and myself are in that role right now.
I was just curious if there was a level, why it seems simple enough. If there wasn't enough training.
No, so the thing with the system, it's some things that look simple are incredibly difficult, and some things that you would think are incredibly difficult are actually simple. So it really just depends on it. If we were to actually get rid of that entire field that shows headlines, that would almost like break the page, and that's not something that we have the capacity to do. We certainly don't want to be messing around, but my hope would be that if this funding does go through and we are able to make those upgrades to WordPress, that would be a time where we could, I know because I've put together the process of, we want to go out to the community and say, what would you like to see on the website? We would also come to you all and ask for your active participation in there, and given the small funds allocated to that, we would be able to make some updates and upgrades. So we'll certainly take that as feedback.
And Kevin, one of the things that you mentioned that you do for us is cybersecurity monitoring. But Could you tell us a little more about that, what you do there? And, because, you know, obviously the next item on the agenda for us is a request for cybersecurity insurance. What kind of risk are we at, and what condition are we in right now?
Overall, in my opinion, since we're providing a lot of the security services, is a very good stance. When it comes to any kind of cybersecurity, and I'm sure you've heard this, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And just in any technology, there's always going to be the next big thing that are going to take over, and that's what we're always fighting with cybersecurity. There's always going to be somebody somewhere writing the next virus, the next attack, the next version of ransomware. So we're only as good as we can be in a defense of that. So with that, that's the value of Wally, is that's what my team does, is look in and to see what are the next things we need to do to make sure that we're preparing the defense against any kind of attacks.
And if I could just briefly add to that, when filling out the forms for cybersecurity insurance, if we had filled that out a year and a half ago, we would have left a lot more boxes unchecked, and no doubt the rate would have been significantly higher. But given that Wally is on board and is able to provide, checking the boxes for 24-hour monitoring, et cetera, I think that's what helped bring down the rate.
Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, well, all due respect, I'm not going to buy that one, but, so, yeah, if the rate's zero, that brings it down even more, so there you go, that's my comment, that's my reply to that. That's how I'm going to vote. It's ironic that we've got somebody here from Wally Computer promoting cybersecurity, and check the box here, and the next agenda item is to have an insurance policy for a vendor that readily donates to the mayor's campaign funds. So that's pretty much a no-brainer for me. What's the status of Ms. Pooler? Is she still employed with the city of Holyoke?
No, she is not.
When was she?
She was, I believe she was on a month-to-month contract. What do we think? Maybe October was part of the transition, and when Wally was full, I think probably September. And then I think she did one or two small consulting pieces, but nothing, I think, since October is my guess. I can get the exact information for you if you like, but.
No, I don't need that. I just know that she's, okay, so she's no longer with us. And her role was to do, but her role is to do what now? It was to monitor the city's website. It was to run it, or what was her role?
I would say de facto IT administrator, local webmaster, and multiple other services. I mean, she was integral in planning the transition over to Wally Computer. She was essentially helpful boots on the ground for Holyoke Gas and Electric when they were running things. So yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Russell, thank you for being here. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Russell, your company, who do you work? Who does your company connect with here at the City of Holyoke relative to? And not HPD, not DPW, just the City of Holyoke relative to the city's website. Do we work with anybody on that at all?
So I'm the IT contact for Wally Computer, but we do not have any services with them related to the city website unless something were to go down for a server-related issue.
Okay. So who runs the city's website? Who posts things and does that, Mr. Bloomberg?
So each department has representatives who have access to the city's website, as well as the mayor's office.
So
so it's dispersed.
Okay, so any department head can post whatever they want to its page. Is that true?
I'm not sure it's necessarily a department head. It could be someone designated within each department, but yes.
Okay. So, and Mr. Russell, this is all relatively new. So we're fortunate enough to get the votes to cut that line item by $103,000. That was my motion. That was approved 8-3 at the time. there's one or two counselors in the room that voted against that, but most of us here, we voted for that cut. Because it was all pretty brand new. So you've been paid, or you've been budgeted for $250,000. We cut $103,000, and now what we're saying is that we need $85,000. So what if, because, we need a 2/3 vote to get it out of that account to which you're paid, so it's a high hurdle. So, what if this fails? What then?
If this fails, though, we'd have to look at removing our services, and going from there.
Okay, you're paid, so right now, the $250,000 gets you through when?
The end of February.
Correct, the end of February. So our services are based on a month-to-month contract. There is no term length of the contract. The city is free to cancel at any point or any time.
Okay, and then how was the amount reduced by the 19,000? Why did that happen? I missed that part. So in other words, the original amount was 353. We cut it 103,000 last June 27th, and now the budget's 250,000. At this point, the city's looking for a financial transfer for stabilization for 85,000, not for the 103. So how did that happen?
I mean, he might be able to give specifics, but certain software licensees that we were, redundancies in software and oversight. Actually,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question at first. So, yes, different software licensing that the city was paying for out of their own directly to own the licensing is now provided by Wally. So that is where the big difference is between antivirus licensing, backup licensing, support services that were no longer needed because now Wally is covering those support services. Example of that is your Google email licensing. To your previous provider of that would be SATA Systems. SATA Systems was charging a licensing fee and support fee so that if there was a problem, you would have the ability to call Google and get support for your email system. With Wally providing that support, that licensing was no longer needed, which was roughly a $7,000 a year savings to the city.
Okay, but right now, it looks like there's an $19,000 savings, should this go forward. So would that have been reimbursed to the city? In other words, well, let me just ask Mr. Russell. I'm not asking you, Mr. Bloomberg. So, what would happen if you would have the $353,000 in the budget? Would that not have been charged to the city of Holyoke if we hadn't made this cut? So in other words, right now there's $18,000 difference savings for licensing savings. Would the city have realized the same amount of savings if we hadn't made these cuts?
I'm not sure.
I think I have to answer that because the line is not, it wasn't 350,000 directly for Wally Computing, and the way and this, by the way, will change for next year. So the goal is to actually have one line item that is solely for our managed service provider, one for the internet, and then one for additional technology services. But that 353 or 250 does not represent solely the Wally contract. That is, just one of, I can't remember actually which computer consulting services. So it's beyond just, in the past has been beyond just the Wally contract. There's been, I'm trying to remember out some additional software that's more tied to the management services has usually come out of that. And so we are, for fiscal 21, changing that so it's very clear what's out of each line item. I can't remember if Munis is software or computer consulting services, but yeah, Munis is one of the huge things that, it's $110,000 a year. And so, I'd be happy to provide full breakdowns of IT expenditures and certainly plan on doing that for fiscal 21's budget. But basically, to answer your question, that was not money that would have been allocated to them. They are on a fixed contract month to month. The amount does not change. So we just pay them a bill of $29, I think, and change a month. So that would have been money left in that account.
Okay, so let's just, yeah, I don't think so. So 29,000 times 12 is 348,000. So I don't think so. I think your numbers are off there. So first of all, okay, so the way it works, or the way it should work, is that we have a budget. We establish the budget based upon needs for the year. And we do that because we've had many months of planning. We have a staff, and we run through many department heads about what they need for the upcoming fiscal year. The expectation, at least my expectation, is that the budget would be, a true number. I mean, maybe there's some flexibility in it, but, so when I saw the budget line, and we had discussion, it was my understanding that the whole 353, et cetera, was for Wally Computer. But now what you just said is that that's not the way that budget was set up. You're saying it wasn't just for Wally Computer, because Wally Computer has a fixed cost of $29,000 a month, which we multiply that by 12 is $348,000. But there's some variations in the numbers, Mike. I'm not getting it. I'm not saying you have to memorize the budget right now, but what I am saying is that I just get a touch frustrated when we hear about this 7 months into the fiscal year. Meanwhile, we've had all this time, the months leading up to the budget hearings, and then the budget hearings, and then the votes. It's our expectation that the numbers are the numbers for the vendor or for the department or for the staff or whatever it is. But what you just said, point blank, is that is not accurate. So when it comes to us doing budget review for this year, a little late for last year, for this year, it's just my hope that when the budget comes in, that we'll be as accurate as we humanly can be within reason. We understand there's going to be changes, but with the budget, but that's just really something. So
I'd just like to say I share that hope. In fact, Tanya sitting next to me has been
we're always
participating in a
hopeful,
lot of that. But to the specific discrepancy with that line, I mean, part of the reasons why it doesn't match exactly was that we didn't have Wally Computing Services for the entirety of the fiscal year. There was overlap with HG&E and other legacy services that were getting offloaded and unloaded. So the 353 was the best projection at the time. Luckily, we have an updated projection. I did not ask for more than what I think we need to get through the year. So that's
when did
why
Wally
the
start?
853. They came on in July, but there was a delay due to, what was it? I think it was due to I think it was supposed to be set for July 1st, but ended up getting kicked out, 2 weeks to 3 weeks?
Wally officially started services as of July 1st, but in order to make sure there was an easy transition between HG&E services and Wally's, and that the city wasn't left in limbo and without any kind of knowledge transfer or protection, there was a 1 month transfer between the two services, and Wally actually paid HG&E for their services outside of this contract to keep the two HG&E engineers on site for the city for that transfer.
And then some of the other reductions were, things that Wally was able to eliminate or change once they came on, once they were able to really get their, hands into the weeds of what we have for technology in the city, and that's why some of those additional savings were realized.
The last thing, Mr. Russell, so it just, I don't want you to describe anything exactly, but, so I assume that there's regular, I don't want to phrase it that way, we have to be always vigilant for cybersecurity attacks and things like that, because we know that there's been other departments that have been potentially breached. I don't really want to say more than that, but we just have to be vigilant. So I'm happy to hear that Sergeant Hart's on board. That was a little bit of a maneuvering by the chairman, but I always respect his commentary on that stuff. So
That was for Sergeant Hart, not us.
also for us. But it was. But right now there have been. So how are we doing on security? Have there been any major problems this year?
There has been one breach by the police department. It was found to be someone clicked on a link that they shouldn't have clicked on, and that allowed a breach to come in. So again, going back to one of the first questions of end user training, that's one of the biggest things with any kind of cybersecurity is always making sure you're educating your users about the potential threats that are out there and be very wary of what you're clicking on.
Just tell us it wasn't Sergeant Hart.
No, couldn't have been. Okay, so, but is training on here, Mr. Russell? End user training?
Currently, no, but the services for monitoring and managing and detecting threats throughout the city, as well as monitoring incoming emails for different levels of threats, is included as part of the services.
I see monitoring, but, okay, so in a couple of places, but I don't see training. So, Mike, who's doing the end user training?
So that has come out of the personnel department's budget in the past. So all city employees did go through a cybersecurity training, August, I believe. But then there's different levels of training. So if it's a program, if it's a class, et cetera, that comes through personnel. If it's a test, as to what Councilor Leahy was talking about earlier, that would just be part of the continued services.
And new
of Wally.
employees are given training?
New employees are going through the significant handbook across the board. Yeah, technology training. They're onboarded. So they get set up with the email account and they have to sign acceptable use policies and go through the significant amount of information related to our IT, including things such as knowing that any email is public record and the like. So yes.
And Mr. Russell, just lastly, the company came on board because what, we responded to an RFP, or how did that?
No, HG&E had indicated to previous staff of the city that they wanted to get out of the day-to-day management and support that they were providing the city. At the time, the folks that were here had asked HG&E for a recommendation, and my company, Wally Computers, was the recommendation.
Okay, so we didn't. There's no RFP and there's no.
Not that I'm familiar with.
Not that I'm familiar with either. No.
Is there no 30B requirement, Madam Auditor?
Definitely is.
I mean, so Mr. Russell, isn't this fun? So, and here we are, basically all part-time people, and we have to sort of get a grasp on this. So under Chapter 30B of Mass General Laws, there are 10 billion exceptions in there. So you guys may in fact there may be an exception for your business. I don't know that to be true. For example, lawyers and accountants.
Professional contracts.
Yeah, those are accepted out of 30 billion. So there's got to be 50 more in there. And I don't have it memorized. Yeah. But.
And why I can't say I'm an expert on that, I know for most contracts and government contracts that we go against, Wally is is accepted on all government contracts for the Commonwealth. So
there probably is an exception for that, but I would want to get that clarified if I could, please.
Yeah, I'll reach out to the procurement director.
Yeah, if you could have sent a communication to Mr. Chairman, that would be tremendous. Thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thanks. Kevin, just, are there any other things we could trim back on? One of the ones I'm looking at here is, we have a live support desk from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 12 hours a day, but we also have a 24-hour urgent support. So would there be some savings for us, for example, on something like this, if we went to an 8 to 4 normal working hours, because we'd still have the 24-hour urgent support available?
The way this support works is it's unlimited support, so there is no savings. And the reason we do that across the board with all of our clients is so that the city isn't having to try and manage what would be outside of contract. So if there is something that is to come up, that would be outside of what we would reduce, is there an extra bill? It's the idea of keeping standard costs across the board for easier budgeting. One of the goals that we are looking to do, part of this is over the next year of our services, is to look into see what kind of services can be reduced. The amount of on-site time, can that be reduced? Does a physical person need to be within the city 5 days a week? And that would be a reduction in cost, and that's one thing that we're looking to do. So,
All right. Chief Prespakowski, might as well put you in the hot seat.
Sound good?
Might as well give you your baptism here and put you on the hot seat. Could you tell us a little bit, go to the mic and tell us a little bit about what we've experienced from Wally since they took over?
My experience with Wally so far has been positive. We have some workstation issues and things like that. Some of our infrastructure is kind of old. Whenever that's been not working, Wally's been very responsive, coming over, giving us a hand. We do have some server issues that run our IMC, which is our CAD, computer-aided dispatching. And they've given us a hand on that. It's been positive on our end. Would like them to come over every once in a while and do some server maintenance and things like that. I know they're at the PD a lot, and I'd like to get a couple hours over at the fire, but we can work on that in the future.
so just on note of that, we are doing all maintenance on a regular basis, and that's more of a remote support. Again, trying to reduce the costs of that physical person having to be on site to do a lot of the support. But if there are general needs that you have, I'm all ears. So.
And the ticket service that they have for maintenance is positive on our end. Anyone that has their own workstation can put in tickets if they're having problems, and they've been very responsive getting back to people. So it's been positive.
Thank you.
Could you take over for the state too? Because when I put a ticket in, they don't get back to me for weeks. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, kind of along the same lines as Councilor Sullivan, as I was looking at the 7 to 7. So if we were to reduce it 8 to 4, basically we're knocking down a third. I'm assuming we're paying the full cost of that person being there.
Ask that one more time, of the on-calls, the
live support desk from 7 to 7. Is that
So
somebody actually here?
No, so that live support is in our call center at our location in Wally Computers, and that is a shared resource across all of our clients. So we have that person sitting there live, available to take support calls from all of our clients, not just the city of Holyoke.
So where is the person that you said is in City Hall for 2 days and at the police department for 3 days? Who is that? A physical person, I'm assuming.
That is a physical person.
And what time does that person work?
They are here from 8 till 5 p.m. So in the city, and it is from, I believe, 7 to 4:30 at the police department.
Okay, so they're working a regular day?
Yes.
And we're paying the full cost of that, I'm assuming. And do you know what that is?
What
the cost is as part of the
in
contract?
the individual line item of the overall monthly cost, I couldn't tell you what that is off the top of my head, but I am able to break that down of what the costs are.
And is there a way of getting a record of the amount of specific assistance that this person has given in a monthly basis or a weekly
Absolutely, I
basis?
can detail individual hours and details down to specific tickets and tasks.
Okay,
So.
thank you. And so the last question, 29,000 again, and you did start July 1st, except you subcontracted or you had HG&E subcontract with you, I guess I'll say.
Yeah, we hired as contractors, Zach Tobin and Dan, and I'm forgetting Dan's last name, but they were the two engineers that were positioned here 5 days a week, that were HG&E employees. Wally, HG&E was no longer going to keep them as staff and was going to let them go. Wally hired them as a contractor for the month. At the end of that term, Dan went and found other employment, and Wally Computers hired Zach Tobin on as a full-time employee.
But in July, the city still owed you $29,000, correct?
Yes,
If that's what the
July
monthly
1st was the
contract
official
is.
start date of our services.
Okay, so again, going back to the math that Councilor Bartley talked about, I come out with 348,000, and I count with this transfer that we're going to be not, I believe, at about 2 or 335, or 336 or something like that, so. Where would the discrepancy in that be?
So some of the savings that have come from the software line item. So you'll,
Well,
there
we're only
are-
transferring into the computer consulting services, correct?
yes, right now we're requesting a transfer from stabilization into computer consulting services. And so I guess, what are you,
Which is, and that's to pay
that is to.
contract with Wally Computer.
Yes, yep,
At $29,000 a month.
yes.
And so, assuming we started at 250, which we did, and now we were looking at 85.5, we don't come to 348.
So at this point, my process has been to look at all the expected expenditures for the IT department for the remainder of the year, what the expected balances in those line items, and I'm requesting the amount that I think we would need to get us through. There might be a request from a transfer from software to computer consulting services that may come up, but that 85,000 is to get us through all expected expenditures through the end of June. So. Yeah, and to Councilor Bartley's point, which is fully my intention as well, is I think it is very clear that we need to better define what these line items are. I think that was an effort was made on the supplemental request to do that, and I think you'll see that taken to even a much higher level for the fiscal 21 budget, not just for IT, but for all departments as to what is actually in that line item. And specifically for fiscal 21, there will solely be a line item for Wally, or possibly a line item solely for Wally plus our internet service with HG&E.
Okay, thanks.
Tanya, our budget is 12 months. Our budget is ongoing. Hey, we didn't get a word from the state about free cash debacle and the additional monies that we found because of a very good year in single-family home sales and the assessor's values going above their estimates were. So is it something that's appropriate and normal to adjust a budget midterm?
You mean a budget transfer or an adjustment? Because I would
Transfer.
say that normally you do an adjustment when you get your free cash. In this case, you're using the assessor's values to make your adjustment. I also feel like I've been through the computer systems budget, particularly with Mike, and we are seeing some decrease in costs. Eileen Pooler being one of them that used to be charged off on the consultant line, that invoice is no longer coming into us. I can say that at the beginning of the year, the gas and electric was still here. I can say their employees were here, but I also saw Wally Computer here, if that's of interest to you. I do feel if they need to take money because they've had significant savings in one line item and an expense, and they have to transfer it up to another line, then I think that is appropriate. But I also think that next year when we're doing our budget, we should ask for the correct line and let you know what, those expenses are, what we're paying out of those lines. And we could also break it down a little bit more. I like what they're doing with the budget because with the G&E, we paid the G&E, and if I had to get a breakdown of expenses, I actually had to reach out to the G&E and ask them for the breakdown, where now I can look in Munis, I can tell you what they're paying, who they're paying, at what time they're paying, if it's monthly, quarterly, weekly, I can see all those things, whereas with the gas and electric, we just got a bill for the gas and electric. And then we would have to go to them to see what we were expending on certain things. So I don't think it's wrong to make an adjustment based on a new consulting service that comes in, helps you create savings in other areas. They're actually, making their money by enabling us to do that. We also pay them less than we paid the G&E, and I'm not saying they didn't provide good services, because I think they did. I was only here a short while. But I also can say on a Sunday afternoon, if I call Wally Computer, they call me in 15 minutes, and they will literally sit on my computer remotely for hours and help me solve my problems, which help me for the rest of the week. So as an end user, I appreciate that, because I did not get that service from the G&E, nor was it expected. But it's nice to have if I want to get some work done on the weekend.
We were fortunate to have the G&E for the period of time we did, in a sense of affordability, but it wasn't the perfect solution. it replaced a far worse department, and not individuals, but it replaced a situation where one person we would hire was a software specialist. The person that replaced him was a hardware specialist. We never had what a Wally can offer. We never had what the G&E did offer or attempted to offer. And I believe the G&E was losing money in what they were doing with us because of the way it was, the nature of the way it was set up. But I'm sold. I mean, this is a top-notch company. This is a budget adjustment midterm, and it makes sense to me. So is there any further discussion? Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the transfer
Motion
from
made, second to approve
stabilization
the
to.
transfer. If there's no further discussion,
Computer.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous? In the next item, I think we've already touched base on it, but it's a transfer of $12,535 from stabilization to cybersecurity insurance. Take off the table for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Jeff, is there anything more to add to this? I mean, I think we got the gist of what cybersecurity is. Councilor Leahy got it firsthand this morning. What's this pay for?
I believe the protection is up to $1 million worth of damages, and so there are always instances, we've seen them around the country, and Kevin can speak to them in particular, but this allows us to have coverage in the event of a cybersecurity incident. If things go down, if we need to have temporary computing systems put up, if we have to, God forbid, have to find alternatives to existing operating of the city, this insures us through that, I believe, up to $1 million.
Councilor Leahy.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. So sometime last year, maybe the year before that, we had a department head that got an email from supposedly the Holyoke Gas and Electric stating to her to transfer, I forgot exactly how much it was,
10,000.
How much was it, 10,000?
I think it was about a little under 10,000. Yeah.
Around 10,000. So 10,000 transferred at the end of the day on a Friday, I believe. And so we lost that money. I don't think we ever got that back. I think they found the person and they bring him to court. I don't know the end of the story, but would the insurance have covered that?
I actually don't know. When you asked that, Kevin may know. I do have a copy of the policy in the mayor's office if you need it.
So yes, those are the kind of coverages that you would be covered under a claim that would fall under a cybersecurity claim, and a cyber insurance company. Cyber insurance would cover. Excuse me.
10 times fast.
Yeah, no.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Bartley?
I'm going to make a motion to deny this. I mean, here we are in, 7+ months into the fiscal year. What we had proposed on December 17th is the same amount here, so that has not been adjusted southward. I mean, at some point, the mayor's office has to realize that the due to their leadership, we have a $464,000 negative free cash balance, and now we want to add another $12,500. I mean, I get the fact that insurance is important, but we've got all these these very handsome little check marks from Wally Computer about all the security they're providing. I just think that it would be nice to have all things being equal, but right now, let's try to limp through the rest of the year as best we can without the additional expense. Thank you.
So can I just point of clarification? So the $12,535 is for a year's worth of cybersecurity coverage. It was not it's not adjusted, so it'll take us out through a year, and so we would budget accordingly for next fiscal.
Well, let me just respond to that, because when I asked that question December 17th from the mayor, he said, no, that's for 6 months. He said, so you can expect a full year's premium to be $25,000. Now, that's a direct quote on December 17th, Mike. So now you're telling me something completely different. I mean, Mike, what did I tell you? That's
perhaps.
exactly what he said on December 17th. This is for a half year's premium. Said it to me as I asked him a question, direct question from my desk. It's for 6 months, 6 months premium. So now what you said is, now you said this is for a whole year's premium.
Yes.
Well, Regardless, I just think it should be denied.
Counselor Sullivan?
Yeah, I'm willing to second that motion from Counselor Bartley also. Right now, to be buying any more, especially with the job Wally's doing, I think we're in good shape. But buying more insurance, when we're sitting here looking at insurance companies that don't want to pay out on claims, and we're unable to collect on those claims anyways, what makes us think for 2 seconds that they're not going to fight us on paying out a $1 million claim? They're going to dig in their heels and fight. These insurance companies don't just say, oh, well, we're going to roll over and pay $1 million. So,
1 or 2, Jim? I think this one's Dowd. I'm not sure.
It is Dowd, which brings it to, I don't know, Travelers or something, and they put out a bid, and we requested a set of services, premiums, et cetera. They come back and they get offers from 2 to 3 different companies, and they say this is the low bid. I'd like, if possible, maybe Kevin can weigh in. It was a significant recommendation from Wally Computing Services, but also Holyoke Gas and Electric and the state, and literally everybody across the board, that this is something that cities and states across the country are moving towards. And maybe Kevin can speak to other cities or other incidents in the past and as to the importance of this.
Yeah, while yes, you would be covered if a $10,000 transaction happened and covered on that. I think the bigger risk in not having insurance is if there is a breach, and the city is liable. That if there was a breach of data, and that where PII, private information of any of your residents, gets out, that is a violation, and there are protocols that have to follow for that. And if private information is leaked out to the internet and a breach has to be declared, it's up to a $10,000 fine per incident. So if you can just think of how many residents you hold within your database, if that information were to get out, and then that fine is held culpable by the level of security that you had. A lot of the services we do provide help prevent that, but as I've mentioned, there's never going to be a be-all, end-all cure that says you're never going to get attacked. So insurance is the coverage for that. So.
Counselor Tomlin?
Yeah, thanks for that, Kevin. I'm sure we've heard over the years of the breaches of major companies that people's addresses and social security numbers, even the government, I believe, several years ago, and then you get this monitoring thing. But I don't know if anybody ever follows up, but how does that play into that? I mean, a company like Target or whoever it is, or the Department of Defense, somebody goes home with a briefcase and all of a sudden, 100,000 military members have their social security number that's out there anywhere. How does that play into something that, if that happens, how do you retrieve that back?
There is no way to retrieve that back, and that's where the insurance would come in, is help covering the fees and costs that would be associated and the city would be liable for. The city would be liable for doing the investigation and paying for forensic teams, cybersecurity forensic companies to come in and analyze where the data had, the level of how much data was lost and exactly who that was. Because then the city would be culpable and liable to pay damages. Usually those damages are some kind of monitoring of their social security number and their statistics. Those kind of services, and that's all things that the city would be liable to do.
Okay, so sort of like the credit bureaus or something gets out or somebody gets your number, somebody opens up an account. So basically what they would do is they would monitor free for 1 year your
7 years.
Oh, is it that? How long?
It's
okay.
If you are a victim of a cyber breach, whoever is responsible for breaching your information is, by law, has to provide you 7 years of credit monitoring to help prevent anything from happening. But I can go into the statistics on that's not even worth doing anything. Most times these days when your information is breached, the bad doers that do these kind of things, they know that. They hold your information for over 7 years in databases, and after 8 years is when they start selling your information on the black market. But, you know, that's getting a little bit more into the weeds of discussion. But overall, the culpability of not having cyber insurance, any business analyst is always going to tell you that it's the number one thing to have, because the larger your footprint, and the larger you are as a target, and municipalities and government agencies are huge targets of that. There are complete corporations in other countries that there's their job is for breaching government agencies. So there are people who get up in the morning, put on a suit and tie, go to work, sit at a desk, and all they do is write the code to become the next ransomware. They have holiday parties, they do everything else. That's what they do as a company. It's no longer the kid sitting in his mom's basement writing something with Doritos and Mountain Dew anymore. It's a government-funded agencies these days.
And you stated, and I understand that, you understand it, not that I'm against this, but, you know, maybe a year or two ago, this wasn't something that you would suggest for a community to do?
No,
and all of a sudden now?
No, not at all. I've been preaching having cybersecurity to businesses and municipalities and government agencies for many, many years now. Ever since this started happening and business insurance has put the line in the sand that cybersecurity and computer theft is no longer covered under business, and cybersecurity insurance first came out, I've been preaching that this is something that a business, municipality, government agencies need to have to protect themselves.
And you stated this is other communities also, you suggest that to them to get this insurance?
Absolutely. So, yep. It's part of some of the services that, one of the light items, virtual CIO services, one of the things I do for all of our clients. That's one of the main things of checklist is say, if you do not have specific cyber insurance, that you need to start having that conversation with your insurance provider to write those policies. To note on top of that, Wally has nothing to do with the claims or services or anything. There's no benefit to us whatsoever on having those policies. It's just it's good general standard practice to have.
And just one more quick question, and not that you would know how the bids go out or how the insurance companies deal with this, but do you feel this is a fair amount to be paid for a one-year service?
From what I know of the size and of the city and the assets it has, I do believe that is a fair. So I do have quite a bit of experience in getting these policies and working with my clients to get these proposals done, as I did with Mike to fill out the contract, or not the contracts, but the questionnaire to get the proposals. I do that most of my days, so that is a fair quote.
Right. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of getting some kind of insurance. I mean, it's a scary thing when cities or states or countries get shut down and get ransomed and whatever else goes on. But two questions I have. Number one, how many proposals did we get for the insurance?
I believe there were 3 responses. They're all identical coverage, so different prices, and we went the lowest one.
Okay. And the other thing, and I'll defer to the distinguished chairman, so if we're doing a contract, but this is basically, we're only getting 5 months of this fiscal year on that contract, and we would transfer this money into this budget, are we going to pay all of this? We're going to pay the entire contract in this fiscal year, or are we paying it as we go along?
I would defer to the auditor.
You can't actually pay into a new year, so it would only be for these year's expenses.
So then going along with...
Can I just interject? It's a premium. It's a premium, and it goes for a year. It's a one-time premium that's paid up front.
If it's a one-time premium, you can pay it up front, but what I see with Dowd, and I could be wrong about this because I've never dealt with this insurance, is, well, actually it goes within the fiscal year, so it's not even a good example. So if it's a one-year premium, I believe you can. I've never done it here before, though. In that respect, I could be wrong.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, well, you know, that's my other concern here is if the 12,500 covers us for all of this till next February, then for this fiscal year, should we be transferring 5,500, and then in next year's budget, we would have the full 12,500 if we're gonna carry it over till, you know, and I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if, I'm assuming we probably do pay some things where we pay it all, but I'm assuming it's all during the same fiscal year.
Or we might get a higher premium in June.
If that's direction we'd like to go, then from Feb 1 to July 1 would be $5,077. I can get adjusted numbers to the day if you'd prefer.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Good
feel
point.
more comfortable if we're doing it to pay for the fiscal year portion and not paying for an next fiscal
I
year.
just want to give Dow another shot at the apple in July. Take what we can from, Mr. Gilbert's retired now, huh? Yeah.
I'm all set, though. Thank you.
Counselor Bartley?
Right, okay, so again, we're, no disrespect to anybody, but we're making up numbers as we go along, so that's one. We operate in a fiscal year, we don't operate in a calendar year. We all know that. You don't carry it over to the following year. We all know that. All right, so you can't make that stuff up. We operate through July 1 to June 30th. That's the year we operate on. We don't carry it forward to the following year. That's not how municipal government works. It's contrary to the law, by state law. So we know that. So you can't make stuff up like that, Mike. Second of all, we all know that 30B, this is one of those instances where this is absolutely accepted from bids. I would love to see you got 3 bids. I'd love to see it, Mike. So I'm going to ask you to produce that. Insurance contracts are exempted from 30B. So the mayor can go contact anybody who he darn well pleases to go ahead and pull an insurance contract. Third of all, I appreciate your expertise. Obviously, you're a knowledgeable person, but you don't sell insurance. So I'm just going to say that. Fourth of all, what other municipalities are doing this? Is Chicopee doing this? Is Westfield doing it? Is Springfield doing it? Northampton? What are they paying for premiums? That's the kind of information that I would hope this body would ask for. I mean, we all want insurance. I agree. But somehow we made it through 140 years of history without having cybersecurity insurance. And in this day and age, when you have a negative $464,000 free cash balance and we're limping through the end of the year, to add on $12,535 or $5,077 or whatever it is, I just think it's inappropriate to the taxpayer. I just really think that's one extra bridge too far, frankly. So.
Would you like to table it?
No, I'd like to deny it. That's what I'd like to do. I want to deny it. That's, I'm not hearing that from this board. I'm hearing it from the counselors, but I mean, that's my take on it. I just.
Any further discussion?
Motion deny.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Oh, can we vote on that?
No, what?
I was going to make a motion to table it until further information,
You can make a motion?
but I have to wait for the first motion.
No, you can make the motion, Jim.
I make a motion that we table it until
You-
more information.
And can you just be specific so I know what information we're looking for?
Councilor Barley wanted the 3 bids, so maybe get a copy of those 3 bids.
It doesn't make a difference, because the mayor and only the mayor does insurance, and the mayor can choose whoever they want to do the insurance.
Well, he said there were 3 bids, so.
It doesn't, he can go out to bid too, but that's the mayor's prerogative.
Well, I mean, if he's saying something, then I assume.
I would be happy to share the information that we received from Dowd.
And the other bidders.
Well, Dowd puts it out to bid. They receive 3 bids for the cybersecurity contract. They show them all to us and tell us which one has the lowest bid.
Oh, okay, so all right, so the mayor picked Dowd, and Dowd goes out and shops it. Okay, that I get. But there was no bidding for an insurance agent. The mayor picked Dowd and said, go get us a price. That's what happened. So that question's been
That's
answered.
the mayor's prerogative.
That is a question, that is a mayor's prerogative, but now we drill down a little bit and we've got that. So there was no bidding on the city of Holyoke's part. There was bidding on the insurance agent's part to go get a
The
quote.
city's agent did the bidding.
Right, okay, well, which,
Okay.
there you go.
So the chair will entertain a motion to adopt. without due respect.
I made a motion to deny,
Okay,
and that was
just-
seconded.
Okay, just hear me out, please. The chair will entertain a motion to adopt. Okay, there's 5 members here. If we're gonna take a motion, the motion to adopt is a lot cleaner to present to the full city council tomorrow night. The president will appreciate that. You still can vote to deny. A no vote will be to deny, and a yes vote will be to adopt.
Fair enough.
So if nobody objects, the motion on the floor is to adopt.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Aye. Anybody opposed, please raise your hand. Nay. 3-2, motion passes. Thank you.
Oh, what's the amount? You just vote for 12,535 or
We,
577?
we cannot amend this. Tanya, will you get us an answer to the question on if we can have the option that Councilor Murphy brought up? And if so, I have a supplement for tomorrow night to get us through the end of the fiscal year. And then we will go to in the budget would be the cost for next year.
We'd have to reach out.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
connect with.
If we can't get it by tomorrow night, then we would table it till you get the
That's-
answer to us, and I
Yes.
think that's a good point and fair.
Okay.
Joe, can I?
Mike, you got 4 items.
I was
coming
going
up.
to ask if we wanted to see if Jeff wanted
Thank
to.
you, you just took it right out of my mouth, because the hazing of our new chief is over with. We gotta get him in here before Kelly starts calling me up and say, come on, Joe. Chief Peskakowski,
Maybe she's happy about it.
she could be.
Motion to go out of order and
Let's
take item
go
number
out of
20.
order and take up the the last item, but not the final item this evening, which is item number 20. It's a motion for a transfer of $11,000. This is within the budget transfer. It's not stabilization. It's coming from, why am I-
Contributor pensions.
non-contributor pensions of $11,000 and to pay fire chief. Attached to the order, we have a copy which we all received of a new negotiated by the mayor with our new fire chief contract, which was received January 21st of 2020, and the the transfer request was received the same time. Under discussion, Chief, thank you. Mike, I know you probably weren't part of this negotiation, but if you could just be the eyes and ears of the mayor's office, we would appreciate it. Jeff, could you, I already had a couple of questions from people that saw this. $11,000 will cover your contract through the end of this fiscal year. The line item is the pay chief line item, so that line item's been used, Tanya, throughout the year for Chief Pond. What is the difference of why we're putting $11,000 in there? Is it a difference in salary, a difference in money that was used, or what is it?
I can answer that. When we did the budget for the chief's line item, we went based on Mass General Law, not on the actual contract itself, because of course we weren't sure what we would be paying the new chief. So that's the difference between Chief Pond and the new chief's salary.
I heard you, but I lost it.
I did
Mass-
half a year at Chief Pond's. In the rest of the year, I did based on Mass General
Okay,
Law
what was
alone.
Chief Pond's salary? Remind us, it's been a while since we've done a contract for.
Remember.
120 in the budget.
I don't have his contract with me, so I apologize for that.
It was
But I
one
also
point.
know that what his contract stated was not what his salary ended up being, because we came before the council for a transfer, because the intent was that the chief received the same raises as the regular firefighters.
No,
he
do
doesn't have to
we
stay,
need Kevin?
Yeah, you can get out of here.
I mean, I know you're enjoying this, Kevin, but.
Unless you want to stay.
No, sorry. Usually people are gone by the time we say next item.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Tanya, we had a transfer, and you're correct. We had a transfer in the middle of the year, and I remember part of it, but I'm not gonna try to summarize all of it, but there was a transfer into this line item. Jeff, can you just give us your new salary negotiated here?
Negotiated the contract with the mayor, came up with a salary of $134,500, which includes the base salary as fire chief. It also includes $4,000 to be the emergency manager and $500 to keep my EMT certification.
That's standard, though.
Standard.
Isn't the $4,000 a separate line item? Or it has been in the past? Emergency manager, because we voted on that.
I think it's included in his salary, actually.
Okay.
I think the contract states that it's in his salary.
I'm talking about in the past, though. I believe it was separated.
In the past, it may have
It was in
been.
the salary then.
Yeah.
I think we added it throughout the year. Now
Yeah.
it's in the salary. That's what I think.
Okay. I think Counselor Leahy's, he was correcting me, and I think he's,
Because sometimes it didn't have to be the chief, it was other people.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, so now it is gonna be, I do remember, yep, okay. All right, so $4,000 is part of this, and the base salary is 131.5?
134.5.
134.5. Kelly, happy?
I hope so.
Jeff, you want to highlight some of the, are there differences within this contract compared to your predecessor?
Right. We use Chief Pond's contract as a template moving forward. 99% of it is identical. Obviously, the salary is different, and we did clean up some language in regard to following the firefighter contract for pay increases. So that was cleaned up in the contract.
Any questions, any discussion from the committee? Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, okay, Chief, Jeff, obviously we've known each other a long, long time. Happy you're here, happy you're in this position, and congratulations on that stuff.
Thank you.
But now we're talking about something a little bit deeper here, so let's not, I'm not gonna, whatever I say, I don't want you to take it personally or whatever, so I just want you to know that we've known each other a long time. So I understand what the, we have certain limitations on what we can do, so we don't negotiate. And so we understand that, so I'm just saying that out loud. In this contract, which I did see on here, and I did compare it to the chiefs, it really is at least 99% identical to Chief Pond's contract, and consequently, I'm going to be supportive of it. There's obviously a significant pay increase between your starting one and John Pond's ending one of over $14,000. So that's over $1,000 a month increased. When I look at this contract, I mean, I'm amazed that under automobile, it is also understood and agreed that the vehicle provided is to be used by the chief for personal use. Now, I know you're not going to drive to Florida with it, but it's as if you can. I mean, this is how we write contracts with the city of Holyoke. Let's just copy and paste it. I mean, I'm blown away that it would just say that as opposed to at least putting in reasonable. Now, I know you're a reasonable person, and you're not gonna, you're not gonna drive to California with it, but we don't do that. We just copy it. So that's something. On the and we all know your duties are your duties, but man, when I look at this, it's like, wow. I mean, with the vacation days, the incentive days, the holidays, the personal days, the way I look at it, there's about 52 days off in a calendar year for the chief of the fire department. I mean, that's just a lot, Jeff. I mean, I get what it is. I'm just making a comment. It's a lot. I mean, it was all part of John Pond, so I mean, I'm not,
Well, to be honest, Counselor, it follows the firefighter contract. There's no benefits in there that the other firefighters don't receive.
Yeah, I know it. It's amazing. But one thing I didn't really get this part, but it was in John's, but the chief shall receive annual longevity pay equaling 3% of his annual base salary. The payment shall be included in the chief's base pay. So what we can expect going forward is that your salary goes up 3% annually? Is that fair to say?
According to the longevity payment, yes.
Right. So is that in your, is that gonna be in your base? That's why I wasn't clear. Is that gonna be in the longevity portion? So you would just be, so that part of the budget line would alter 3%, or for you alone, but your base pay would be your base pay of 134.
Correct.
Whatever it is. Okay, so that would just remain.
And that percentage also mimics the firefighter contract. Also, they receive the percentage longevity in their last contract. This is a savings to the city over the long run, because next year, if I was following the firefighter contract verbatim, I would be getting a 4% longevity payment. We locked this in at 3%, and it'll be the life of the contract at 3%.
Right, well, I hope it's a good, long life for the contract. We don't want to lose you.
I hope so too.
Oh, we don't want to lose you. With the chair's permission, if this is over the line, you can say it's over the line, because it's not contemplated. But you heard the early discussion about, no, you weren't here, that's right. You came in a little bit later on. But we had a discussion about the supervisors union for HPD, and one little line they had in their contract addendum is that they can discuss the additional, so right now they have 3 captains. So the mayor made that determination, and they've traditionally had 4 captains. So that line item added a little piece about, well, they can discuss with the chief bringing back the 4th captain. How many deputy chiefs do we have at HFD?
We currently have 6.
Okay. And is that, obviously you can see where I'm going with this, but other communities, do they have 6, do they have some, I mean, is there?
Communities of equal size to Holyoke have the same amount of deputies. Some smaller communities have more. Depends.
Yeah.
Chicopee has the same amount. Westfield has the same amount. Westfield's smaller.
All right, thank you.
Counselor Sullivan?
Just to clarify a question Counselor Bartley just asked, you said we currently have 6 deputies. With your promotion, has somebody else now been promoted?
Not as of yet.
So right now we have 5?
Right now, I'm still a deputy chief. I'm not the chief of department until February 11th. I'm the acting chief right now.
Okay.
Chief Pond is still on the books.
All right. So after you take over, we'll be down 1 deputy.
Correct.
So what, I mean, okay. That's all I want to ask for now.
The chair just point out that this is a contract, it's a professional contract, not a collective bargaining contract, obviously. And this is for the protection of the individual and the protection of the city, because a long time ago, chiefs of police and chiefs of the fire department were just hired and subject to the budget and subject to the whim of the mayor or the appointing authority themselves. And there is a lot in this contract that, mimics the supervisors, the firefighters' contracts themselves. But again, the idea is to have a protection for individuals and a protection for the city as to what the duties are and what the individual is to carry out. And I think that's why there's pretty much a contract that looks like the prior chiefs, but with the difference of being the salary. Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, and I have nothing against the contract, but I'm trying to figure out how we come up with $11,000 since we're, in effect, I'm going to be chief officially for 4.5 months approximately. And so have we always, and I'm assuming Chief Pond is, as far as the pay for being chief, is going to be ending this month, correct?
Correct. His last day is February 10th, I believe.
Okay. So can you explain why we need 11,000 more for that line item? I'm assuming, obviously, you would go in, you're not going to that line item now, right? Or are you?
No, I'm not in that line item right now.
Okay.
Chief Pond's salary was actually more than the 120. He received raises over time. I think it was at the end, he was around 128, somewhere in that range. So the difference between that and my new salary is where that $11,000 comes from.
Yeah, no, but I don't understand how that 11,000 can come in the 4.5 months. If you were getting 134, so let's divide it, my mathematics, let's say it's 11,000 a month. And Chief prior was getting 10,500 a month, so, I'm coming up with about $4,000 or $5,000 for the next 4 or 5 months. That's what
Well, there's other contractual obligations within there. There's longevity payments and things like that that are all added in. So it increases the salary a bit.
Emergency response.
Yeah, exactly. There's other things tied in that are within the contract that aren't, they're above and beyond the 134.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
But the $4,000, Chief Pond is not getting $4,000 this year because he's ending in the middle of the year.
Correct.
Correct.
So
It's probably
that should be,
prorated.
that money should be in there.
The reason why the money is not in there is because I didn't base the whole budget figure on Chief Pond alone because I knew he was going to be leaving in January. And the rest I based on Mass General Law based on the firefighters contract, which is the highest paid firefighter's salary. Which John Pond was making more than that. It wasn't just the $4,000 though. I went just by Mass General Law alone. So that's why it's higher, because half of the budgeted year was based only on Mass General Law, not on John Pond's salary. It was based on the highest paid firefighter's salary.
Patty, can you give us the chapter, section of Mass General Law you're referring to?
I don't know it by heart, but I definitely can provide it to you.
Yeah, just email's fine.
I
or
think it
text.
actually says it in this.
It does. It's MGL Chapter 4857G.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further questions? Councilor Riley?
Yeah, Tanya, the cost center for this is non-contributory pensions. And I've noticed over the last several years that that budget line item stays pretty stagnant. Some years it's not even used. Zero. So what is that? And then why do we use this line item?
So I believe the line item was created to support retirement pensions that weren't covered within the retirement fund. And as time is going on, people are passing away. And therefore, the expenses decrease through
It
time.
includes spouses also.
And I think most of it is spouses, I believe.
So that budget line item hasn't changed in years.
I've only been here 1 year, so I just actually learned what that was when.
Let me direct it to the chief, so
Okay.
the chief to be. So that budget line item hasn't, it's pretty much stayed at 24,007, whatever it is. I don't have the-
24,221. Yep.
Whatever it is.
Yep.
So I'm gonna suggest that we,
Not according to the budget, last year it was zero. Excuse me, in FY 18 it was zero.
Started at zero?
It ended at zero, expended at zero.
it wasn't used.
Not in FY 18.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But the budgeted amount doesn't change from year over year, year to year. I mean, I'm just pointing it out, that's all. So maybe you want to look at that when you do your budget.
Is there anyone left on the rolls that would fall into this category?
I don't believe so.
I think she said some spouses.
Well, we just found out like a couple months ago that we had been receiving benefits that we shouldn't have because we weren't notified when people were passed away. So I think that now we are in a clear understanding. I'm actually getting names from the state right now of who they paid us the benefits for that we did not know who passed away. So once I get those, I can decide, like, I can know what department they actually came from, and I can work with those department budget managers so that they don't need to cover them any longer.
Can you remind us, and for everybody that's listening to us at this hour, Non-contributory is an individual who began working for, falls into the retirement, category, but began working for the city as,
I don't know the whole specifics.
Before the
to be
retirement
honest.
system
where
that's
retirement
existing.
system started.
Okay.
So there's a non-contributory it's why we have an
It's not inside of the retirement.
unfunded mandate. What do we have? Unfunded liability. Unfunded liability within our system. It's why everybody has an unfunded liability, because the powers to be created a wonderful retirement system, but anybody that was working, whether they're working at the time 2 years, 10 years, or 15 years, were in it for the whole thing, even though the city and the individual did not put the money in for all their years, but they qualified for a pension. Hindsight, but it's, the problem. Councilor Bartley?
Yeah, I mean, we take bows here when we cut like $400 from the budget in June, so, we take votes, we have debates on it. Debates, back and forth. $200, it's exciting. So we do that here, but this is 20, whatever it is, 20-something thousand. If we don't need it, why do we have it? And so there's that. And the second thing, what did you just say about, we're contacting the state about about people who died? And we're,
Actually, the state contacted the retirement board
Yeah?
to say that people had passed away and that we owe them money because they had paid out benefits and people had passed away and we did not notify them. But we also were not notified, is what I said.
we, the retirement system?
I believe everybody has to come in once a year to provide the retirement system paperwork. I don't think they can just make a determination on somebody's, whether they're alive or had passed away.
Okay, but this is for the retirement system, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you remember that board?
I am.
You are? Okay.
Yes.
You are. Ex officio, right? So by nature, your position.
Voting.
Voting, even.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to go off topic here because we have we're a stickler for 30A, and I don't want to go too far. However, since you brought it up, I think it's reasonable to just have a brief discussion on. I mean, at some point, I think I'd like to get a clarification on just who and what and how much.
You will, because I'll be coming before you to pay a previous year invoice, and I'll have that
Yeah,
information
I bet
for you.
will. I bet you will.
I will.
Yeah,
I
let's
didn't
hold the
know.
discussion until that request comes in.
Absolutely.
Any further discussion on the item in front of us?
Yep.
Counselor Sullivan?
There's a quick one. So Tanya, let me understand the emergency management director line item that Chief Pond was being paid for?
It was also included in his salary. It was included within his salary.
That wasn't a separate line item in last year's budget?
I don't believe so. I don't have last year's budget. I only have this year's budget. But another individual
I thought
could.
emergency.
That budget will have 3 years of information if you,
Oh, true.
I thought the emergency management director was in there.
I
as a
think
line.
it can be different people. I don't think it has to be the chief.
I'm not questioning that. I'm just wondering if we have an account sitting there with money.
It was in Chief Pond's salary, so I don't believe we do, but we can. Can I see it? Sorry, I'm a little blind. Fire alarm. I actually do not see that in here.
Okay.
if you would, though, just check it. A quick check.
Yeah, I can check
I'll
in the
look at
Munis,
my-
I can check in the Munis system because sometimes when things are charged off, you don't
Councilor
see-
Leahy said that we, and I
That's
think
fine.
I know he's correct, that at some point, we changed from it being separate to putting it right into the salary line.
I believe so.
I just know it was in his contract, and it was part of the salary from last
I
year.
know that part's correct.
Yep.
I'm just wondering
There's money out there.
that we didn't wipe out the other account and that there's money sitting in it.
Yes, I would like to know too.
Any further discussion? Chair will entertain a motion.
motion to approve.
Motion and a second to approve the transfer. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds unanimous. Jeff, thank you.
Sir.
Hazing is over.
Oh, it just began.
Okay. We have a request for a transfer in front of us, which, item number 16, correct? Which is from stabilization, $7,500 to extra clerical, signed off by the auditor, and funds are available. This would be from the $750,000, obviously, and signed off by the mayor. The request would be the mayor's department, signed both lines. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Michael?
Yep, so in previous years, this has been a $15,000 line item, which has been largely used for additional support in the mayor's office. The main reason for it, so we're requesting half of that. The major reason for this is the mayor's office is the front office of City Hall, in the sense of if you call the number for City Hall, we act as the directory for all of City Hall. So to put it bluntly, this is for additional coverage of those phones and for that relaying and for that services. If this was not covered, we would switch to a voice automated system. Just you know, right now we have, if you all know Nilka Ortiz, who serves as the mayor's administrative assistant, as well as primarily the answering service for all of City Hall. Andres Vijada, who's a legislative aide, also provides some of that answering service in the event that anyone is out for lunch, sick, vacation, etc. We don't have additional coverage as in the past. This is also, I'll also say to that, the way that we've creatively done that to try to bring the most benefit to the city is also to be able to use this line item to give stipends and payments to interns or short-term employees, students in Holyoke Public Schools, HCC, surrounding universities, to have the opportunity to work in the city. And they would do that. It can come out of this line item, which A, provides an opportunity to students in the community, B, provides additional support to the mayor's office, and then C, provides that extra clerical support. So that's what the request is for the remainder of the year, of $7,500 for this line item. And that's that.
Councilor Leahy.
Yes, can you just tell me exactly what the mayor's office, staff-wise, what it consists of? So you have the mayor.
Yep.
Start with him, then we have you, and then who else do we have?
Andres Vijada and
Can you say
Nilka.
that again, Laura, please?
Sorry, Andres, Andres,
Okay.
Vijada, which is Villada,
Okay.
and Nilka Ortiz, Nilkaortiz.
Yeah, she's been around for a long time, right?
She was with Mayor Pluta, yeah.
Yep.
And so, well,
That's it?
that's it.
What about, I know we went away with the map department years ago. Is there anybody over in that office?
It's technically my office. It's pretty much vacant. I don't like sitting by myself over there. So no, it's empty office.
Okay.
PA systems in there.
Oh, okay, so we really just have, so you have the mayor and the 3 assistants, right? So it's 3 people. So if someone's on vacation, then you're down to 2 people?
And yes, and that's also, and I would also say we've some Eileen Pooler in her role as admin just happened. She had been previously using the Maps office, which offered emergency assistance in terms of coverage or sick coverage, but having another body around, but having her gone, that office is empty, and so yes, that is the office.
I actually filed an order, I think it was during Mayor, I think it was Sullivan's term, or possibly Mayor Pluta's term, but nonetheless, why don't we go to an automatic system? Because, I hate the fact that I know the city clerk's phone number by heart, and so I tend to call the city clerk, then they transfer me to any department. It'd be so much easier calling a one number, and then you could have like a mailbox for constituents' concerns. Then they can get forward to, somebody.
So it's been it's been our experience and feedback from people in the city of Holyoke that they like having a person answer the phone when they call, and that is essentially the role that is played is we then transfer them to, based off of what their need is. A lot of folks call and they're not sure which department, so.
Wait, so,
I believe,
so you're getting feedback from citizens of Hoyoke that they like getting a live person?
Yes.
People are proactively coming up and saying, hey, how's your day? I like having a live person.
we have had feedback from folks who have said, I'm really happy someone answers the phone when I call.
Okay, so I'm going to put this on Hello Hoyoke. So what number should people be calling? Because, yeah, I'm calling, all sorts of different departments.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the mayor's office should be the first addressed?
If you, it would certainly be our preference so a lot of folks who call don't know exactly which department they need to speak to. Most of the time they know the problem that they have, and that's really where we're at in availability of having a human pickup versus an answering machine. And so if you were to Google Holyoke City Hall, which honestly that's 90% of the way people find the phone number, the number that shows up is the 5510, which is the mayor's office. And that would primarily be answered by Nilka or Andres in coverage. And we would then redirect to a different department. And so, yes, we could switch to an automated system. And that's essentially what we're discussing this evening.
Okay, thank you.
How many departments, if we went to an automated system, how many departments would have to be listed?
Well, that's the other frustration. It might take a while.
Yeah.
I was able to get some data from Crocker as to, which departments we transfer to and things like that. And so we would try to list an order of frequency. But yeah, that is the difficult, both in terms of number of departments, but also in the complexity of problems that people call us with. A lot of times, sometimes even a human doesn't know which department I think we all know the frustration of if you get an answering machine, you get transferred to department. It turns out that that's the wrong department, and then you got to call back and listen to an answering machine.
Don't get me wrong, but it's like someone calls up the automatic system and they say, I need to talk to someone who can answer a legal question for me in the city. They're going to get transferred to the city solicitor where there's going to be 7 choices.
Well, so it's a phone tree as well. So it's it would. They wouldn't get to state what their challenge is. They would have to wait till the automated response says for the legal department, press 1. Some departments have, so like the building department actually has an automated response system, phone tree for their specific department, which says if you call the building department, then it's, for wires, for inspection, whatever it may be. I think that's fine at the local level. Yeah, but for the entirety of the city, it's just the tree becomes a big tree.
Huge.
Wow. Anyone? Councilor Sullivan?
Yeah. Michael, I remember this distinctly from when we originally did the budget cuts. One of the things I was told that one of the reasons was for not having the coverage there was because Andres, it would limit his ability to be out doing community outreach for the mayor, attending certain events that the mayor couldn't cover and attending certain other functions. Also, from what I'm hearing right here now also, this is only a scheduling if somebody's not there and if somebody's not there and if somebody's sick, we might have a little gap in coverage for 45 minutes or something like that, not necessitating to go to a complete answering system and phone switching change in the way it happens in that department. It just seems to me that given the constraints, the financial constraints that the city's facing right now, we ought to just make absolutely certain that one of the 2 people is there at all times and that they adjust their schedule with whatever they have to do outside of that office for whatever the reason the mayor can't attend those functions, which I won't get into right now, all right?
Sure.
And that we get by with what we've got.
To the overall, I won't comment on the overall, but just a couple points of clarification. So what I when we had this conversation, I talked about that one of Andres's large roles is community engagement. That's not necessarily external community engagement. In fact, it's rarely community engagement. In fact, in most communities, if the mayor is out, they are staffed by a staffer from their office. So in that event, that does sometimes happen. But I meant Andres as covers community engagement in the sense that he is essentially our acting website administrator. He is in charge of events such as Celebrate Holyoke and the like. But he also is a part-time legislative aide in the office. He is there answering phones with him, right? So one of the reasons I'm asking for this funding is even with him in the office, with the amount of calls that we handle in City Hall, even if we had someone there at all times and said, no bathrooms, no sick days, no vacations, no lunch, the amount of calls that City Hall handles would you'd have people calling and calling, it end up going to voicemail and things of the like. Now that is certainly an alternative. I think we could then weigh the decision of whether an automated system versus maybe having to call a handful of times is better. Sure.
Councilor Bartley.
So the plan is to, hire additional staff?
With the 7,500, if I were given it tomorrow, we'd post for internships, and I would staff this. In past it's been staffed with little part-time clerical support. I would use this. I think we'd get more bang for the buck as a city, hiring interns who part of their description would be to be able to answer the phones. I think we just get more out of that than pure clerical, especially since there's no specialized clerical needs to this position.
Right, we didn't say that in the budget though, did we? We didn't say we're hiring internships, so.
No, I agree, and I think there's certainly some changes that will be made for significant changes made for fiscal 21.
Right. So respectfully, I'm just going to say that we took a vote on this. Pretty clear what the vote was. It was 9-2 to deny it, to cut to 15,000. There are 2 councilors that voted yes. 9 voted no. So I would hope that we would stick with our votes and then move on. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Interns would be interns of Holyoke residency, wherever they're.
We certainly give folks preference to folks who know the community in which they're participating in. So if not a resident, then someone who attends HCC or Holyoke High School. Yeah.
I think Holyoke residency and that is important in this case, but I understand. Any further discussion? Chair, entertain a motion.
Make a motion to deny the transfer.
Can we do what I said the last time?
What you said the last time.
Peter?
I'll motion to approve and then make it cleaner.
Then you can vote whichever way you want.
I make a motion to approve the transfer.
Motion made second to approve the transfer. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Those that want to deny, please raise your hand. Motion carries 3-2. Item number 17. It's a transfer request from stabilization of $6,000 to dues.
Dues and subscriptions, I believe, is that.
Dues in the code item is 112125730.
Correct code.
I believe it is dues and subscriptions, signed off by the auditor as availability of funds recommended by the mayor. The mayor signed twice because it's both his department and his duty as mayor to sign. Off the table for discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed?
So this line item really covers 2 things. 98% of it covers 2 things. It's our membership with the U.S. Conference of Mayors and our membership with the Mass Municipal Association. The annual Mass Municipal Association dues for the city of Holyoke are somewhere, I believe, $7,800, $7,900. The U.S. Conference of Mayors is, I believe it's about $2,800 or $3,000. I can get those exact figures. And then we have a subscription to the Springfield Republican and the Hampshire Gazette. That's the entirety of what we would use the funds for. we are in arrears with the Mass Municipal Association as we are unable to pay the dues. So this would be a restoration of that dues budget. I will preface this by saying, with the fiscal '21 budget, I will give the full breakdown of everything that comes out of this, because I know that you're often just presented with numbers. I take sympathy with that and want everybody to know exactly what those funds are going towards. But yes, right now we are not members of the Mass Municipal Association.
Mike, not a big deal here, but when you said the Hampshire Gazette, is that more recent?
That was as of, I don't know,
They've only
2 months ago,
recently
it was after they announced that they would be expanding
trying to
coverage to
come in
Holyoke.
the county,
Yeah.
and we just happened to be their gateway. I learned that from some paparazzi people that were following me around at one point. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think the totality of the newspaper subscriptions are somewhere around $200, and the remainder are those two dues that we pay.
I don't want to know their hands are up, but I mean, I'm a big fan of, I'm jumping in on Councilor Leahy, he caught me. I'm a big fan of the MMA, and, you know, what they provide, what they do, and what we get from it, you know, for the amount that we pay for it. I have no problem with that. I know the mayor has been active with the mayor's conference association.
I think it's U.S. Conference of Mayors.
Conference of Mayors Association. And don't ever take a newspaper out of my hands, because I just don't get this online stuff. Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. So just like the last vote, I voted against that originally, but I voted for it tonight because you made some sense when it comes to the limited amount of people you have in the office. And I do know that you guys get phone calls, you know, a lot. However, with this, I've been a counselor, you know, going in my 21st year actually. And maybe it's my own fault, but I never really looked into the MMA. Don't really understand what they do. So, you know, I'm obviously not going to vote for that. Kind of confused how we're in the arrears since we're not members of it.
Maybe that might have been an incorrect term. Is essentially our membership would roll over. They'd send us a bill. I let them know we weren't going to be able to pay that bill, and they said, "Oh, yeah." So we don't owe them money unless we want to get back our membership.
Yeah, and you know, I guess to this day, not knowing exactly what I should be getting out of it, I obviously can't vote for it because I don't think I've gotten anything out of it, and I'm not sure what the city has gotten out of it. And the U.S. Conference of Mayors, I understand the mayor just went down there a couple weeks ago. Actually, I think last week. How was that paid for if we didn't have that in the line item?
Well, there was $6,000, so it was a $11,000 request, and I believe it was a $5,000 cut. So there was $6,000 left in the account.
And how much did that cost us for last week?
So the membership is not just the conference itself. It's a continued participation. There are weekly and biweekly calls of which either the mayor or myself participates in of a lot. Right now, there's a lot of mayors lobbying for infrastructure bills at the federal level. That's just one current example of what goes on in these calls. So that was the total dues. In terms of the expenditure for last week, that would have been under out-of-state travel for the flight.
Okay, all right, yeah, so since I don't really know about either of those, I can't in good conscience vote for it. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Can I just, would it be helpful in the future I mean, I'm certainly happy to reach out to them and ask them to come in and have a conversation. Would that be something you'd be open to?
As you know, I sit here all night listening to people talk. Yeah, I mean, I really just don't know anything about them. I don't know what they do. I don't know why we have to pay all that money for. What are we getting? What's tangible? What's helping me help my constituents? See, I don't know any of that. So, thank you.
Yeah, from my personal experiences, by and large, the sharing of best practices throughout communities, the ability to reach out to a single point of contact at the MMA and say, look, we're weighing a new project or something along those lines, and then facilitating that. They also facilitate trainings that we can participate in. So there was one at Suffolk University, I believe, in 2 weeks now for municipal finance officials where you can participate in finance training. They had the MMA conference for city councilors.
See, 20 years, I don't think I've been invited to one of these things.
I don't know. So, I mean, I'd be happy to reach out to them and see if they could send a representative out here to explain the suite of possibilities and offerings of what they
Well, it'd
provide.
make it easier to vote on it, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm only speaking for myself.
Sure.
I can't speak for anybody else, but, I'm good. Thank you.
I can speak for myself. I've attended the MMA conference at least twice. I don't think it's something you should go to on an annual basis, but both the vendors that they organize and the event itself and the number of speakers and actually I sat on a presenting committee. There was an ice storm and we were both doing the city was both doing an economic development presentation and a planning presentation itself. And we got some wonderful feedback. I was with the treasurer, the mayor at the time, and our economic development director didn't make it because of the ice storm. But as Mike pointed out, there's also a component of, city council or aldermen that meet on a regular basis. And I think up until recently, the chairperson of that was one of the aldermen from Chicopee. The newsletter, which is sent in your name, Councilor Leahy, I don't know if you get it, but that's an internal problem if you don't get it, because for some reason, we're not getting mail like we used to get in this chamber.
I don't get any mail here.
I know, and you should be. Every meeting, there should be a stack on your desk of mail that came in your name.
Yeah.
But where that is beyond me. But, their component that really impresses me, besides the information that they provide, is the lobbying of the state legislature. And they have connections as being the voice for municipalities and a watchdog for municipalities. They give us information on what was happening with the Chapter 70s discussion. They give us information on the governor's budget proposal, the legislature, and this, both the Senate's proposal as it goes, and points to times when it's a good time to start calling up our state delegation and let them know how we feel about important votes. I just think it's a wealth of information, and for whatever reasons, the fact that the information doesn't get to you is shame on us and shame on the MMA, because it's what they do is incredible. Councilor Bartley?
I couldn't agree more with Councilor McGivern said. I'm a huge fan of the MMA. Consequently, that's why we didn't cut it the 11,000. We cut six of the 11. So there was money to pay the MMA. Now, whether the mayor's office decided not to pay the stipend is on the mayor's office. So we didn't cut the budget completely. We can cut that line item. So the mayor's office allocated resources the way he allocated it. So that's what you guys did. I voted the way I voted to cut a portion of that based upon the arguments made at that time. So MMA is a great organization. Why counselors are not getting I get it mailed directly to my home. I'm not sure why others aren't getting, and it's a monthly or almost a 10-month-a-year newsletter. And moreover, there's an excellent website, and anybody could, if they have time and inclination, they can log on to the MMA's website and probably contact Mr. Jeff Beckworth,
Jeff
something or
Beckworth,
other.
yeah.
Directly, as I've done, contacted him directly, and within a week's time, he'll get back to you or less. So there's that. But the vote was made and the cut was made just like the last one. But councilors do what they want, and we'll see how the internship program goes for the mayor's office for the upcoming 4 months. I'm excited about that. But for this, I'm just going to stick with my vote that I made in June. Thank you.
That's tough.
Yeah, I'm very familiar also with the MMA, and I've been to a couple of conferences over the years. One of them was actually up at UMass, and met with other select people and counselors and aldermen throughout the state. Haven't gotten any in a while, but I think they were very informative. As Mike stated, I think they have training sessions and people that actually go to different classes where they can learn things. And Councilor Bartley stated that Jeff Beckwith, I think he came out here once or twice several years ago and talked about the implications of the budget, the state budget, and how the businesses deal with what's going on in the state and how the tax dollars are being spent. And I guess there was projections and everything about that. I understand the dues. Conference of Mayors, I think it's an important thing for the mayor to be part of. So I don't know if I did cut part of this or not at the time in June, but I'm in favor of this transfer from stabilization to the dues and subscriptions to the mayor's office.
Would there be any further discussion? Chair will entertain that same vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And those opposed, please raise your hand. Motion fails 3-2. Item number 18, this is a request of a $100,000 transfer from stabilization to energy street lights. Motion to take off the table. All those in favor? Any opposed? This is signed off by the mayor as a request of the DPW Department, Mike McManus.
Question for the chair.
Counselor Sullivan.
So the previous vote we just took, the motion failed,
Correct.
right?
Our recommendation to the city council will be to deny.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Yep.
I thought, was it 3-2?
Yeah.
It was just Michael and I.
No.
No, Council.
Oh, Counselor Bartley voted against.
I get the vote too.
But the motion was to approve, that failed.
It failed.
We didn't make a motion to deny. That becomes automatic?
My interpretation is, we're making a recommendation. So the vote is to adopt, the request for the transfer. The recommendation by this vote is to deny that request.
All right. Per some of the requests I heard from Councilor Leahy, could we have just left it laid on the table?
That's a separate motion.
Okay.
You want to make a motion to recall?
But yeah, I'd make a motion to reconsider our action.
I'll second
with
that.
the idea of
For
leaving
what
it on the
purpose?
Under discussion, for what purpose?
to bring in the people from MMA to talk to us about it. I've never received any newsletters. I've never seen anything. I know two people here in their combined 60, 70 years have gone to two conferences to do that, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about it before I just flat out deny it.
Motion to reconsider. Any further discussion?
Well,
Councilor Bartley.
again, I'll happily second that, but I would just say, I'll repeat what I said. We budgeted for that line item.
Yep.
Mayor's office paid what it paid.
Yeah,
So
Sorry.
well, I mean, if you want to,
I was just going to say that the amount left in the line item would not have been enough to cover the bill for the Mass Municipal Association.
was a partial payment possible?
I'm not sure.
Right,
what
so
our dues
it
or
probably
dues.
was possible, but, that's your choice is your choice, so that's, I'm gonna leave it at that. So the decision was made to not pay it all. That's their call.
Yes.
Any further discussion?
You still want to come in?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go along with that.
Okay, on the motion to reconsider, all those in favor?
All right,
Any opposed? The motion is reconsidered. On a motion to table, all those in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to table, 5-0. $100,000 to streetlights, $100,000. Off the table, this is DPW signed off. Mike is not here this evening, but I think we all know the issue at hand. The mayor did sign off on a transfer. We know where the money's coming from. Under discussion,
Joe, under discussion, all things being transferred tonight and whatnot, where we stand with our money that we put over to the stabilization account?
I haven't done the math tonight. Tanya, do you know?
I can tell you that with all the orders I've put into this governing body, we have 76,891 if they're all approved. Left. Left, if they're all approved, but you haven't actually approved any yet, so
Right.
I can't give you like a better figure.
Out of the 750, okay.
Yes, that's all
We
of,
did have a couple at the last finance meeting.
that you approved,
Yeah. Well, they're coming out tomorrow night.
but they're not approved, so
Yeah,
I can't.
nothing's approved. The first votes for any
Okay, I thought I missed
stabilization
something.
by the full city council will be tomorrow night.
Yep, so I mean, as they are appropriated, I will also track that, just for accounting purposes, for anything. But I just kept track of all of them that we've put in to date.
Can I?
Yeah, Councilor Leahy.
The reason I ask you this is because streetlights are obviously very important, extremely important.
Absolutely.
Are these replacing working streetlights? Because if that's all we have left, I'm thinking $100,000.
I think it's a bill.
Yeah, no, sir, this is to pay the electric bill for existing streetlights.
Take away my thunder. All right.
All right. I'm not, yeah, sorry, I don't know.
It's
about
their
the total.
invoices that we pay.
No, I am sorry. So Mike McManus did ask if he should be here tonight, but he and I have had numerous conversations about the matter, and I suggested that he stay home.
And that's fine. I didn't mean to I wasn't trying to make an issue of that. I just, if anything, it's fine. I think we understand the issue. We understand the budget cut. We understand that Councilor Sullivan's gonna take the lead in 1 second here. But Mike wants, have any streetlights been shut off yet?
Not yet, but perhaps I can help Mr. Sullivan out Councilor Sullivan by saying that the mayor for the past 2 months now has been in negotiations with the manager of Holyoke Gas and Electric about updating our pilot agreement with Holyoke Gas and Electric. I actually have a draft agreement in my mailbox. I know that was one of the concerns related to this. But ideally, it would have happened a different way, but to that extent, I just thought that would be pertinent information to this conversation.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thanks. So you jumped the gun, go right ahead, why don't you, that's the reason we cut the 100,000 was we were waiting to hear back on the negotiation of pilot. Could you update us on where that stands? And I'll let it go at that for now.
Okay. Yeah, no, so that's, we have a draft agreement that just came over from the manager, so it came over this afternoon, and the mayor and I will review it along with the assessor's office and all the different parties, so I don't know how much more I'm supposed to, I don't know if I'm
Well, in the
restricted
draft
from
agreement, how
discussing
much
it.
of an increase in the pilot are we looking at?
Yeah, I'm actually concerned about having that conversation. I don't know without the city solicitor president what I'm and the other folks present whether I'm supposed to discuss that or not. I just don't know. I would just defer. I don't know if I'm supposed to discuss ongoing negotiations between the mayor and utility.
Well, until I hear what that number is and how that's going, this much I can tell from my conversations, we're in no danger of having any streetlights shut off.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, I don't know. That's you'd have to ask the G&E. We are very much in the, we're not going to be able to pay next month's electric bill, but what action the G&E would take on that, you'd have to ask them.
Well, I have asked him, and he's not going to shut off the streetlights. So,
Is next month, you mean March or?
I believe February. Actually, that's a good question. I received the email from Mike McManus probably 2 weeks ago, and it was either the end of January or the end of February. So I can double check on that for you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, Mike.
No, it's
yeah,
all right.
it's, which Mike?
You. I jumped in.
This isn't Mike McManus's problem. This is something we put in as a placeholder, if you would, to encourage the renegotiation of a 10 or 12-year-old pilot program, which we're still waiting to hear the answer on that. So I guess we can, whatever the pleasure of the committee, but I would then
Do we
just
have
leave it.
some
I
time
would leave
to
this
table this and see if we can get some, what the mayor wants to release and the Gas and Electric wants to release in terms of the negotiations?
Again, I think that's almost a question for the Gas and Electric, because my concern is about not being able to pay a bill. Now, this is Holyoke, it is Holyoke Gas and Electric. So that would be at their discretion as to whether there would be any punitive action against the city.
I'll reach out to the Gas and Electric tomorrow and get an answer real, quick. So if tomorrow, if it's, the city council needs to be informed that this is a lot more time sensitive, because my conversations have been different, with all due respect, with the Gas and Electric management. I'll let the city council know tomorrow night. I'll reach out to Mike too. Is that okay?
What are we gonna do with this?
Table?
Table?
Motion table it.
Motion been second table. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. One more. I hope. 13,000 stabilization to telephone usage signed off by the mayor, the auditor, that the funds are availability, and the department head is, Mike, who's the department head?
Procurement should be
Purchasing.
purchasing, yeah.
Thank you. I should have known that. Motion to take off the table. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. Telephone
so
usage.
This is a fun one. In previous years, I guess the cell phone, or the, sorry, not the cell phone, the bills had been split up between Quacker Communication, Verizon, multiple service providers that we have related to our telephones. Apparently in the past, one bill was paid out of one of the different IT line items, and one of the bills was paid out of purchasing. Now, the recommendation was last year, according to the purchasing director's understanding, that we should move all the telephone bills into one line item so that we can easily break down what gets paid for telephone. The calculation was not made correctly, and $13,000 short, based off of the expected bills for Verizon and Quacker Communications, which are by and large, I think 90% of that bill. There's a internet service booster or a separate internet bill for Wisteria Hearst that has also a telecom bill for Wisteria Hearst that comes under that adds to it. But this is on behalf of procurement, that they're in need of $13,000 to pay the remaining telephone bill for the rest of the year.
Okay. And I just remind everyone, we put this in procurement, and we've had it out of procurement, but the idea is procurement control it in one budget.
It will be broken down for fiscal 21 in procurement, and it will have each different, you will have a copy of each different contract, and what the costs do differ slightly month to month, but you will have the estimated cost or previous year cost per, not just for the line, but for the bills themselves. But doing that math this year and knowing what's in that line and knowing what bills we have coming, there's a $13,000 shortfall.
Thank you.
Motion approved.
Motion made second to approve. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, it has to be put on your list.
You're right here, under discussion, Councilor Leahy. I thought he answered your question. I was just, sorry.
All right, so you stated that there's two different companies, Crocker Communication, Verizon.
Yeah.
So, obviously, besides being two different companies, why do we have two different companies?
Crocker, I believe, manages the cabling and the overall system, whereas Verizon is the service that connects us to the rest of the world. Just to the best of my understanding.
How many cell phones do we have?
I think it's like maybe two at most. I've asked Lori today. We went through the bill, and
Mayor doesn't have a cell phone. You don't have a cell phone.
No.
What about iPads?
That's why I think that might be the same thing as the cell phone line item. There's a, but I think it's.
Sorry?
No.
No. How many
No.
iPads?
No. I don't have a full count on number of iPads, but the large portion of this, again, the 90+% of this is solely for landlines. So I can get a count for you on the number. Sorry? I can get a total count on wireless, but I literally, it's like 2 or 4, and I believe they're the building department predominantly user, but I can get clarification on those individual lines.
The
Thanks.
building department needs, it's a safety
Yeah.
issue.
I'm not saying they don't need them.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Any further discussion? Motion to adopt. All those in favor? Any opposed? So moved. We're scheduled for the 10th Then we have a holiday Monday, then probably the 24th, and I think by the 24th we'll be caught up. Other than that,
Is there a big agenda the 24th?
it depends on when the DOR and everybody's ready for the emails and the Counselor Bartley's order on having our big discussion. I'm trying to get the DOR to commit to one of the dates. But we also have half a dozen grants coming in tomorrow night and some other requests for transfers. So it's half a dozen, 160 other, which agenda is gonna fall on which date.
Well, if it's less than, they have to be less for the transfers, less than $70,000, right?
Well, yeah, but grants are, it's more grants than transfers, yes.
Just for the chair, I'm not sure where that number came from, but my number is, the balance is 431,891 if all these are approved. So I don't know where the auditor came up with that number.
I can tell you if you want.
Yeah, why don't you? Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items here.
You have
So-
all of the legal settlements.
I do.
So I have orders that you're prior to the
Hope I
one
do.
that submitted came up to 563, 585. Then the police.
Make sure your mic's on so that people don't get here.
I forget.
What are the legal settlements I have are two, 165 and 125.
I don't have all of the previous ones with me. I just have the calculations because I figured you would ask for it, but I know that I'm right. So if you want, I can put them in an email to you and I can send them all to you so that you're aware of what they all are. But I have definitely submitted them all to City Council.
Well, I know I'm right, and because I know it was, the balance was 750 when we made the vote on
Yes.
December 17th, and I know what we voted on between then and now.
But we didn't vote, we didn't approve anything yet.
Tomorrow, we gotta vote tomorrow.
The finance committee has voted on some items, but the full city council will have its first shot tomorrow night.
I have it. It's like right here. I don't know what the
Okay, well.
previous ones are, but I'm positive.
Number's a number, whatever it is.
I'd like to see if you could send it to,
I will be happy to provide that to you.
thank you.
Joe, could I just add from the DOR perspective? We had Deb Wagner and Matt Andre, I believe, out here, sat down with Katie Chakowski, Tanya, and myself. We walked through the recap of the free cash, but also the entirety of the process. It was about a 3-hour period of we sat down with them, and so I just would suggest that they are intimately aware of the city's financial situation. So if we're bringing some folks in, those would be good folks to reach out to. I'd be
Okay.
happy to help you with it.
Where's Deb out of?
Springfield.
She's out of Springfield, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And hopefully it won't be 3 hours. We'll get the,
No, we walked through the processes of very in-depth.
Counselor Sullivan, your pen back?
Thank you.
Motion adjourned, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, everybody. We stand adjourned.